Ah.
It's Clobberin time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Poker. You know the game?
Clobberanimo!
Superman. Super.
It's Clobberin time! Clobberanimo!
Come get some.
Greetings, clobberers, clobberotomos, clobberoids, clobberoosies, clobberians, clobologists, those who clob, those who do not, fear not. One day you may clob as well, as long as you learn how to. Bang the rocks together, guys. Thank you, Quagnar, for this ridiculous picture that I love. And thank you all for being here tonight for Clobberin Times, issue number 447 on YouTube, 1,447 overall, getting close to 15 years for Wildcard Wednesday night. And my favorite kind of Wildcard Wednesday night, because I'm hanging with the greatest Retro Blaster. Okay, there are two Retro Blasters, and if I say he's the greatest, I'm in trouble with the other Retro Blaster. So one of the great two Retro Blasters, Michael Fritz. What's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you doing, sir?
Hey,
How are
man.
you?
All right, but I'm just glad to be here with you, man. It's always the best when I hang out with you
I'm just glad I'm coming in loud and clear tonight.
Yeah, and everyone, please sound check us as you, if you will. Let us know if you are hearing us well. Both of us, we'd appreciate that. But yeah, man, great to see you, buddy. How you been?
I'm fine. I can't complain. I've had a good month as far as the way my videos have been received this month, as far meaning like number of views and everything like that. So it looks like I'll be able to pay my mortgage for another month. And but again, like especially with it being the short month. But some projects I didn't quite manage to get done this month that I wanted to, but it's okay. They're already in production. We're already editing them, so they should be done within the first week of March, and then we get to get closer and closer to my April 1st video, which I always love. And last year, the video I wanted to make wasn't able to get done in April, and it got pushed out to like November or whatever, which was the how I learned to stop hating and love pops.
God, yeah.
That was supposed to be my April 1 video, but it didn't happen that way because I literally couldn't find those stupid pops until June. So,
Well, I hear
yeah.
you, man. Well, there
Yep.
you go.
Mhm.
What's good though? Let me
Okay.
do what we'll do is let me do my usual show notes and shout outs. Then we will get down to beeswax.
Sure.
I like to always get that out of the way. Let's see what's coming up. Show notes. Okay, those show notes. Here we are. Let's see. Tomorrow night I should be over there. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I keep forgetting. I have a show tomorrow. A special birthday bash for Superman. Superhero numero uno, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Because we don't get a 29th very often. Of February, that is. It is, of course, the fictional birthday of Kal-El / Clark Kent / Superboy and Superman. And I love him. He is like I said, he's superhero numero uno. And every February is Superman month on Clobberin Times. And we will have a little bit of just a couple hours. Just can talk some soups as we've been doing all month. I don't know exactly what exactly, but I'll exactly be talking exactly about soups. Exactly, possibly, sort of, maybe a lot. No, actually, the whole way. I don't know. Whatever you guys choose. No, it's Superman. I'm putting my foot down. It's gonna be Superman. And then it might be with the Midnight Edge boys and the great Tom Connors on their channel at 6. After that, as I'm off to him on Mondays. On Tuesdays and Thursday nights. I can't even speak tonight. Not that I ever can. And then we'll have the Clubhouse. Of course, it'll be Clubhouse time with Raquel and Mark. We will have a Blake 7 episode review, as we've been having fun reviewing Blake 7 in the Clubhouse. No Star Trek comic yet, because I got to get one to Raquel before we can get settled on that. But we'll have some other kind of review, hopefully. And then let's see, Friday, Fearless Fridays on my great buddy J-Man's channel, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're continuing our review, J-Man and Sean and I, of the Frank Miller Daredevil run, one of the greatest classic comic book runs of them all. We're having a blast doing this. Been doing it for a few weeks. It's going to take us a few more weeks to get all the way through it. And it changed comics. It's one of the best. And going back and revisiting that again after all these years and doing it as a review show is a blast for us. We're loving it. And then at 8:30 Central after that, and this again, of course, the Friday Night Comic Shop boys on my good buddy 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser's channel. Those youngsters and I will be reviewing the Chris Claremont, Frank Miller, Joseph Rubinstein Wolverine miniseries from 1982. I've reviewed it on my channel before, but I will hang out with those boys because they wanted to read it and review it. So we'll be talking about that. There's a lot of Miller that day for me. A lot of Miller this Friday. And then Saturday night Star Trek, same Trek time, same Clobby channel, number 1 and I, the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, when I will continue our reviews of Star Trek Voyager with 4 more scintillating episodes. I'm just kidding. We have a blast doing it. Look, I'm not the biggest Voyager guy, and you may not be either, folks, but we still have fun. We make a fun Saturday night of it. It's crazy. It gets nuts, but we're having fun with it. And we're getting some feedback. Some people are getting a little bit aggravated with how mean we are to the show, but that's just the way it works, right? Sunday Night Geekery on the great Mark D with the C's channel, the Chief Engineer, 10 p.m. Eastern. They'll be there for that. And so that's all what's in store for us in the future here in Clobberin Times. Now let me do some shout outs to our friends out there in the chat, our fantastic wrenches, the great Eric K, the Bronze Wrencher, Vindicator Wrencher, the Great White North, Chris Persia. So thanks for all you do, buddy, and thanks for all you do. Wrench of Iron, D. Bud Martin. Thank you, buddy. Lord Thoth. Avon lives, long live the Legion, God of Wrenches. Thank you, sir. J-Man, the Wrench without fear. Maddie's daddy, we don't know Wrench Mjolnir. Kal-El, Stephen Kal-El, the Super Wrench. Hey, buddy. The rascally wrench himself, Fanty Outsidey. Hungry Boy, Master of the Cloboni, Clobberin Time Zone, Music Meister, Maximum Redstone, and our own Triple Bullwinkle, Larry. And let's see who was in the chat for me to shout out, because this is the way we roll up. And I like to make sure everyone gets shouted out at least once. When we start, FKHC, Tim, good to see you. Putin's dog, what's up, dude? Yes, I agree. R.I.P. Richard Lewis. Matt Movies 611, welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before. And he says, Superman Talk with Michael. Can't miss that. Oh, yeah. Superman Talk with Michael. Because he's a Superman fan, as I am. So let's see here. Hey, look who's here. Scuba Pete. And they call him Scuba Pete. He's the king of Scuba Pete. Mrs. Scuba Pete's here too. Look at that. All right, Mrs. Scuba Pete. Good to see you. Who else? Hang on, everybody. Dave C. What's up, brother? Tim Hayes. Hello there, my friend. Jeff Morris. Welcome. The lovely, beautiful Sherry. I love you, Sherry. Good to see you. Looking lovely as always. Always as advertised, in fact. Brian Dillingham. Dillingham, I think I said. Welcome, Brian. Kay Roberts. Welcome. Joe Dog. What's up, buddy? Let's see. Claude Selling. Hey there. And let's see if anybody else. The great 1701 Tex. Yo, brother. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the sound check. Loki's Mornings of Mischief. What's up, bro? My good buddy. Yes, indeed. Loki's Mornings of Mischief of the great Round Table fame. We'll get back to that Round Table soon, I know. And I hope you're having a great one, buddy. Hope you're both doing well. Dave Whitehead. Hello there, Dave. Welcome. I always like new faces popping in. That's fantastic. Let's see. Ravenscroft. What's up, my friend? All right. Birch Tree Publishing. What's up, Finity? Jamie Harbert. All right. Let's see. What a great crowd we've got here already tonight. Oh, man, it's amazing. Zathras. What's up, Zathras? That it is. Putin's dog. Wolfie. What's up, Wolfie? All right, buddy. Man, what a great crowd. I think I got everyone. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but you know how that goes. So there we go. And of course, the great Mark D with a C is here and hanging with us. And he is in the there in the chat. And good to see you. Good to see you all tonight. Welcome to Wildcard Wednesday night. And welcome to you, Mr. Michael French. As always, man, it's just great having you back here, buddy.
I am glad to be back. I'm always thrilled when I get the message from you. So,
well, I try not to bug you too much because you're a busy man, but once in a while, I just get there and go, man, it's just been too long. We need to get together and hang like the old days.
Really on me. It's my fault. I feel guilty because I haven't forgotten about us doing the Shadow retrospective that I brought up like 5 years ago. I just gotta dig my way out. So because I told you a million times, one of my favorite videos that I've ever done is the Pride of the X-Men video. And it turned out as well as it did because of you. Like that video sings because of your participation. So I love rewatching that video. It's one of my favorite videos to rewatch, one of my favorite videos I've ever done. And I was just so grateful that you were not only somebody that I knew that I could reach out to, but that you were able to do that. So yeah, I'm always happy to come on your show, man.
Oh, dude. Well, thank you that you're too kind. Too flattering. Those words are too flattering. By the way, the Pride of the X-Men video that Michael refers to from a couple of years back, there is a link in my description below. If you can go find that. And please, obviously, it goes without saying, if anyone's here who hasn't subscribed to Michael's channel, I don't think that's possible, Michael, but you never know. Please go and do so, everyone, to Retroblasting. And go check out that video if you're an X-Men fan or you're a fan of that video game and the cartoon, I guess. And Michael, I probably do this to you all the time as far as when it comes to Superman. So you know I'm old and I have the old man type of memory. So if I've asked you something 500 times and I do it again, it's not on purpose.
Mike, I just want to tell you, I gotta make you aware. I've now crossed over into old. So and I mean, like, I'm well into old at this point. So more than likely, anything that you may actually repeat to me, I won't remember. It'll be like the first time. So it'll be fine.
We'll never know if we talked about it before, but right. I'm always going, I think we probably have, but I never know. But well, obviously, since the subject is, of course, is Superman. Because see, I almost lost focus on the Superman thing. And I was about to ask you, when you mentioned the Pride of the X-Men. I was gonna ask you some questions about X-Men. We can do that later because it's still open Wednesday. We'll talk about other stuff than Superman, of course, later. But let's see, you're not old, buddy. If you're old and I'm old, and that just cannot be, says Ravenscroft. I wager I'm older than you, my friend. I'm older than everybody here except for D Bud Martin. I'm even older than Fanny Outside, I think, but not by much. So
I know I'm
timers here.
I know I'm officially old at this point because I've got the pain. We all get that pain somewhere once we cross over into old that predicts when a rainstorm is coming.
Oh yeah, I got that.
I have my own. We all have it in a special location. It's all different, but I've earned mine. So I now have my weather my weather detector soreness. So yeah.
Oh my God, Bars Monkey Match, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. I have the old, and I guess maybe everyone has this. Mine, I've got that one, of course, but I also got the kind that happened in a place that you've never had a pain before. You see what I mean? Like, you ever have all of a sudden for no reason you'll hurt in a place you're like, I didn't even know that existed. Now it hurts. What? How'd that happen?
Right.
You know, it's in a weird part of your body where you're like, I'm pretty sure I've never had a pain right there before.
Yeah. And then you're thinking, is this one of those ones that's going to go away in like 3 minutes and never come back and never explain? Or is it going to be one where I'm going to live with it for like 3 weeks and not know what the deal is?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Penny. And I also have the ones where like I wake up with these weird, in fact, I believe aliens are operating on me. They're probably doing something because I got these scratches for years right in a different spot on my chest that I've never had. And it's like they're probably like, and this is my excuse. That's why I eat too much of certain things that I shouldn't eat. I think they're like operating on me, these phantom aliens, because they're forcing me. You know, they don't want me to lose a lot of weight because they think I'm going to lose so much weight and get into such good shape that my superpowers will return and I'll be a threat to their invasion. So they're always messing with me by keeping me the big jet. And I don't know. That's just a theory, or it could just be. I could just be lazy. I think that's what it is. But I'd like to blame aliens. Anyway, speaking of aliens, though, superhero numero uno. You're a fan?
He's my number one.
Well, rightly so.
Yep.
And he's an alien.
He is. I'd like to feel that in our modern, politically polarized world, we could at least all agree that Superman is a naturalized alien, though.
Well, yeah. Well, yes. Yeah, he is. To me, he's 100% American.
Well, right.
He landed here. Yeah.
I was making a glitch.
No,
but yeah.
No. He is though. Well, he is a citizen of Earth, but he is American. And in spite of the Elseworlds, like Red Sun.
Oh yeah, and I was referring to him being American. I'm saying he's a natural.
Yes.
American.
No, I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hello, Analog Toys. And he, let's see, what was, again, this is why I was embarrassed to ask the question, because I'll probably asked you this before, because I may have even had you here the last time we had Superman month. I don't know. But what was your first exposure to the big blue S, the big blue red S, I say?
Superman was in my. I'm glad I can say this. Superman was in my life before I was able to retain memories, and so like I still have so for example, Superman was the first Underoos set that I know I wanted because he was the first. He was the first Halloween costume that I was a toddler, but I wanted my mom to make me into Superman for Halloween. And those Underoos were put to good use at that point.
Yeah.
I still have it. I have my I used to think for years erroneously that the Superman blanket that I had and still have was covered in Kurt Swan drawings, but it's actually covered in Garcia Lopez artwork.
Nice.
And yeah,
well, that's great. So
and it's got the logo on it that is the logo that was on the comics for a really, really, really long time before, right there at the tail end of the Bronze Age, they just kind of refreshed it a little bit. So yeah, there we go. Yep. That's the artwork that's some
love me some Lopez.
Yeah, he's the best. And I love Kurt Swan too. I'm not trying to take anything away from Kurt Swan.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, but that blanket also has the older Superman logo that, you know, they like smoothed out the edges after the movie came out, you know, or whatever, like, because the movie logo is a little cleaner. But my blanket has the non-movie logo before it was ever on the comic. That one down there at the bottom of that screenshot. That one, that's the logo.
That's one. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I love that one.
Yeah, and my earliest memories of Superman involve the Super Friends cartoon, and this is all speculation, everybody. Like, I don't know what my exact first exposure to Superman was. Like I said, it's like I've always known he existed.
Yes.
So I know for a fact I was watching Super Friends, and I know for a fact that I saw the Superman 1 and 2 when they weren't obviously back to back, but they were the ABC Sunday or Saturday night movie broadcasts of Superman 1 and 2, because for years I did not know that Non killing the kid with the siren light was a delete. Because that's the way I saw Superman.
The ABC version,
yeah, that's the way I saw it, was the extended cut. And let me tell you, when I finally got my widescreen Laserdisc, I was like kind of afraid to see that scene again because it scared the crap out of me as a kid.
Oh wow!
And then it wasn't there, and I was like, I was
weird.
I was like, wait a second. And so that's when I started to figure out there were all these different cuts of the Superman movies. But to answer your question, wrap this up. Superman has been in my life, and that's why I've joked in videos before that I don't know if Superman came before Spider-Man in my travels, like as a young boy. I don't know who came first. It has to be a photo finish, but I know this much, and this is why I say that Superman is my number one, is because I never asked to have a Halloween costume for Spider-Man. I asked to have a Halloween costume for Superman. So yeah. So like, and I love Spider-Man. Don't get me wrong. People often, you know how it works in fandom. People often think that if you say a statement like that you're throwing shade at the other guy. And it's like,
yes,
no, not at all. Like, how many videos have I made about Spider-Man and his amazing friends? It's practically an addiction at this point. Like, but yeah, Superman, he's been in my life since before I can remember crap. So
he is special. And I just want to say some hellos. Penny's here. Hey, Penny, good to see you, my dear. Adrian James, welcome. Drew G, what's up? Good to see you, man. And let's see. Dave Whitehead says Garcia Lopez will be at Heroes Con. Oh man, jealous big time. I've gotten to meet some of the greatest of the comic artists there are, and very luckily, and he's always been on my list that I've always wanted to meet, and have not gotten a chance, you know. And time is moving. Like, we just lost. Hey, DJ Play, that's good to see you. Comics just lost Romana Fraden, for example. Romana Fraden, excuse me. She was like 97. She was certainly one of the most accomplished female artists. You know, and that may sound bad. It's just, but the fact is, comic books for the longest time throughout the Gold, Silver, and Bronze Age were a boys' club. There weren't that many well-known or renowned. There were respected female artists, but there weren't that many big names. Just the way it was, you know. And she was the biggest of them. And you know, of course, and on some creations of some classic characters. JT Kirk, member chat a member for 18 months. Thank you, buddy. Says Superman, an elegant hero for the most civilized age. Yeah, nicely said. I like it. So, one of the things one of the things we could talk about is let's see, last week. It was last week. Where were I? Last week, my buddy Max Redstone. For years I've been making the offhanded comment every now and then. I'm glad you mentioned Superman too, by the way. That, and this is look. I fully admit this is a minority opinion. Is that I hate Superman too, and I mean it in a fairly mild way.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
What I mean, yeah, that's right. I think we talked about it a little bit before. See, in 1978/1979, because the game was at the end of 78. So as I've said many times to people getting sick of me saying it, I went to the theater to see Superman the movie over like 18 times or more. I think I lost track at 18. I just would go every Saturday. So it got to a point where I'd have to be dropped off at the theater on Saturdays. My grandmother just go and sit through it again a couple of times and then watch other stuff too. But anyway, so in Superman in 1981, when Superman 2 hit and we went to see it, I kind of was at first watching. I was kind of in denial. I didn't want to admit that I had problems with it. It was perfect.
Right.
It was wonderful. It was the greatest thing ever. I'm not going to hear any bad words about it. Yet it was getting at me. It was nagging me.
You got Phantom Menaced.
Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah. I guess you could, because it got me, or maybe, yeah, because I never really got that way too much with Phantom Menace like you did, but I got it. So you may have got Superman 2'd. Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
And that's why it's almost a dead tie with Return of the Jedi for the most disappointed I've ever walked out of a movie theater.
The moment you start as a fan defending a film by saying the phrase, "Yeah, but this part you got to admit was really good," that's when the movie, if you force that person to take a step back and you point that out to them, that phrasing doesn't actually help their case, because a movie is supposed to be enjoyable from beginning to end if it's truly good. Like there's not one part of Superman the movie that I would sit back and go, "Oh, I can't sit through that part. I hate that part, or that part's lackluster, or that part's whatever." I do joke about the "Can you read my mind" sequence. I call that the acid trip sequence, which I believe there's an acid trip sequence in every film. Like in every film,
I even kind of like that one. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
There's an acid trip sequence in every film. In Superman the movie, it's when he and Lois start flying around and she starts, doing this spoken word song. And then in like Empire Strikes Back, it's when Luke goes into the cave and cuts his own head off, and stuff like that.
Right.
There's always an acid trip scene. And so like, but I don't deny that, like, in my classification, Superman the movie is still the perfect superhero movie. Like it's still the one that hasn't been beaten. And Superman 2, on the other hand, when you're a toddler, there are parts of it that are fun, there are parts of it that are scary, but as you get older, not much older, as you just grow into teenage years and then you get into your 20s, you start to see there's kind of a mess here. There's something going on here. It's kind of a mess. And then of course the internet comes along and we find out everything that happened behind the scenes on Superman 2. And then you go, "Oh," and then all these people come around and they're like, Michael, you're probably so excited that the Donner cut is finally coming out. I'm like, well, look, I'll be glad to see this rough cut of assembled footage. But can we all just finally admit that Superman 2 is DOA? Like it's never going to be what it was supposed to be, because Warner Brothers asked them to take the ending of it and put it on Superman 1, which tidies up Superman 1 very nicely. But now they don't have the opportunity to think up a new Richard Donner, Tom Mankiewicz ending for Superman 2. So now it just becomes like, as Harrison Ford said behind the scenes of Raiders of the Lost Ark, just another useless experience. It's like, I'm glad I saw the footage. I own a copy of the Donner cut.
Yeah, but it's not a movie.
I've watched it one time. I've never watched it again.
I've seen it twice. It's not a movie, though. That's the problem. It's not a cut. It's not a cut.
Yeah, it's not a cut.
Not only that, he erased the whole movie. The movie is a waste of time because at the end of the Donner cut, and I love just Richard Donner as well. He rewound this whole movie and erased it.
Right, which
So
that was the only thing he could do. That was the only thing he could do with that one because they were fired before they could think up another ending, and that's where the turbulence of that whole thing is coming from. It's like you want to look at our generational compatriots who are holding on to this nostalgia because they rightfully love Christopher Reeve and they rightfully love their Superman. And I admire them for that, of course. But it's like, hey, we all need to maybe step back and be some adults about things that go on behind the scenes when it comes to this and just admit that Superman 2, it's a mess for reasons that you can brainwash yourself all day, fanboy, into believing that Superman 2 is great in some version or another. But really, it is a compromised continuity, broken continuity nightmare, even in its theatrical cut. Anyway, this isn't supposed to be the Superman 2 show. I'm sorry about that.
No. Actually, it was. There was one. We're talking movies. We could talk it all. No. I wanted to talk to you about that. So no. However, I would say that I kind of understand it in the sense that you cannot argue with someone's childhood. See, not everyone, and I talk about this with Raquel a little bit. Our wonderful first officer Raquel, but not everyone just dives deeply into this kind of stuff like you do. No one in the world does it like you do. I mean, when you're interested in something, you go all the way into the point, whereas most people don't. They know they like it, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Not all kids. Now, geeks do get pretty. Other geeks do get into stuff like that. But if chances are, if you're Superman, if you're a fan of these movies, you saw them at a very young age. Now I was young, I was 14.
Mm-hmm.
But some people weren't. Some people were toddlers when they first saw them on cable or whatever, for example. And you're not going to beat nostalgia, and I don't want to beat it.
Right.
But my buddy Max, he's always on me about he wanted to come on and debate the Donner cut. I said, well, look, I'm not debating the Donner cut. I think it's a mess.
Yeah.
So he said, yeah, but let's talk about the Lester. But he said, well, I said, well, first of all, I'm not sure what you want to talk. We'll talk about the movies because it was fun to talk about it. But I'm not sure what you want me to concede that the Lester's cut's better. I think the Lester's cut's garbage.
Yep.
And yet, I even still have, because it's Christopher Reeve and because some of it, there's some night because I'm getting to watch him running around as Superman. I still have a certain love for it in a way too.
Yeah.
But it's more frustrating because it's in a ways a worse movie than Superman 3 and 4 because it had a potential to be a good story that got ruined by an idiot hack. Whereas there's no story in Superman 3. There's a little bit of a nugget of one in Superman 3 that they ruined. But there's no. I mean, Superman 4. That should have been all thrown into the crapper.
Oh, absolutely.
Superman 3 needed a major overhaul and no Richard Pryor and needed Luthor and needed Brainiac and needed a lot of things. Salty Traveling Sea, welcome, my friend. So
and that's DJ Play Nice. He says people are emotional about their favorites, and you can't argue emotion feeling. No, you can't argue emotion feelings, DJ.
No, you can't.
What I would say though to that is that's why all of our generation who sat around acting nostalgic about the Donner Cut's release is weird. Because I'm like, now guys, the Donner Cut was a 2006 Phoenix risen from the ashes kind of project. It wasn't something that we all saw back in the day. We saw some of it in the ABC broadcast if we were lucky enough, but we never saw it again after that because most of us didn't tape it off TV. So
I did. I had it. I still have it somewhere.
and the Donner Cut, like Mike just said, the Donner Cut is not just a mess because you can never go back in time and keep Richard Donner and Mankiewicz on the project and finish it out properly. But it's also a mess because even the stuff where they tried to patch it together, like one of the things that bothered me was I don't want to get in, I'm not trying to get into the details on this, but just as a high level example, they're doing all this work on that movie in the street battle to try and like make it more Donner-esque engaging based on what the original script called for and stuff like that. And that's admirable. They're trying to play, like sleight of hand cinematic, card tricks to make that work. And that, I think that's really, really admirable. But then right in the middle of it all, you've got Superman buried under the bus, and you got that shot they added in of him like moving the bus or whatever to get back out from under it. And they couldn't even be bothered to get the right costume on the double in order to do that. So the costume jumps out at you because the costume looks like it came from the Lois and Clark television production archive or something. And you're just like, wait, this doesn't even cut together right. And that's, again, notice I'm not even talking about the screen test scenes, because at least that's Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve, even though those don't look anything like a finished movie either. So there's just these moments where it's like, I don't see how I can absolutely understand how somebody my age or Mike's age could be nostalgic for the Lester cut of Superman 2. But I can't understand or get behind how they're acting the same way about the Donner cut, because I then look down my nose and go, dude, you and I were both growing up, in the same era. There was no Donner cut back then. Don't act that way,
No. You're saying people who defend the Donner cut? I mean,
oh yeah,
it's not even a cut, like you said. It's just sort of
I have seen people
a mess.
I have seen people say the Donner cut is amazing and it's their favorite Christopher Reeve Superman movie. I'm like, it's not a movie. Like it's
not even a movie.
It's barely a work print. Like it's a very, very rough work print. And again, I am super happy that I was able to finally see the footage in an assemblage as a film student. It's like having a really awesome bonus feature that shows a work print cut. I'm really glad to have it. I really am. But
absolutely. Hey, Dad, man, what's up, buddy? Absolutely, I'm so with you.
They I think it was a few years ago or something, or was it this past year? They said that they were screening the Donner cut for like a Fathom event or something like that, and people were going to go watch it in theaters or something. And I was like, why? Like I couldn't do it.
I didn't hear about that, but
I feel like that happened.
I might have been one of those weirdos that might go, but I don't know. But yeah, just for me to go to the theater. But no, you're right. It's just doesn't make a whole lot of sense in that movie. That's why like I said, I don't get really worked up about it one way or the other, because like you said, at least you got to see some stuff. Yeah, it's the Lester cut that I still want to that I still like to go after, because he, not just him, the Newmans, and but it is all Lester and the Salkinds. The script that they ended up with is full of really stupid crap. And what I tried to explain when I saw that movie, remember how much I loved, as I pointed out to you, how much I loved the original, and when I was 14 years old and 15 years old. So here I am when I was about like 17 years old, when the next one comes out. And so still, that's as you know, that's you as a geek, that's a strange age, because you know how much, for example, I love the Batman TV show. It's what started everything for me, the Adam West TV show. I love it. But I went through the three stages of Batman, as I call it. Whereas I'm a child, I love it. It's deadly. It's as serious as a heart attack, that show. It's really happening. I believe it. Yep. And then I get older and I get exposed to the Dark Knight Detective Batman. The more, in O'Neil Adams bringing back the darker Batman.
Yep.
Again, not like sick, disgusting dark that we have now, but darker, the one that is more like his original origins. Because I still love the Adam West one. When I got got older as a kid, I fell in love with the O'Neil Adams, Englehart Rogers Batman, the Dark Knight Detective, and I, for a while there, couldn't believe I watched that kids show where they're making fun of Batman. How dare them make fun of Batman? But that was when I was like 12 or 13 or whatever. And then eventually, when I got a little bit older and started seeing it again, and I understood what was going on, and I thought it was funny and a fun. So I still love that. Now I really love it. But that was stage 2. But that was stage 3, because first stage is serious. Second stage, I understand that it was not serious. Third stage, it wasn't, but I accept it for what it was and love it. And so that's like 3 stages of that. Well, But what I didn't want was for Superman to go that route. And Lester's idiotic cut, and David and Leslie Newman's script, and whoever else that was with on the script, basically made Superman 2 along the same kind of campy lines that they did the Batman TV series. Not quite as bad, but there's really a lot of idiotic stuff in it.
Right.
And it's really silly. And I just thought, man, you have this chance to have him fight these villains, and they have to add a bunch of really crap. For example, moronic scenes like Clark Kent walking across the street in a cab, running into him and crashing all over the place. And she sees it, but no one thinks, oh, I wonder if that guy's got superpowers or anything.
Right.
Stupid crap like that. The stupid scene where Lois jumps out of the window to prove who he is. The later in the Lester cut where she does it again at Niagara Falls.
Right.
By the way, the whole shooting him stuff was dumb too. That was Donner's fault. That was Donner's.
Right.
So this movie is strewn with really dopey, asinine shit that doesn't belong in what I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to see him. I didn't want to see horrible like Man of Steel, Hack Snyder trash. Don't get me wrong, but I did want it to be a little bit more, take it a little bit more seriously.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was campy, and it was silly, and it was childish. And at the time when I was 17 years old, because the first movie, outside of Otis, which is a little bit comic relief, it's pretty serious. It takes, because Richard Donner had said himself, I want to take this legend, this iconic legend, seriously. We're going to treat him with respect. That's why they shed this stupid Mario Puzo script.
Yep.
Which was full of a bunch of campy crap.
Yep.
And that was Donner. Donner saved it from that. Him, Tom Mankiewicz, and other people. And then when he leaves, here you end up with the sillier, more campy stuff. And it just didn't sit well with it. It was filled with a lot of really stupid scenes that were over the top, unfunny. I mean, the whole bullshit him. And another thing, the worst part is whoever came up with the idea, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't Donner. I mean, he may have something of Superman giving his powers away. Because to get married to a woman and become human. I'm sorry. At that point in my life, as a Superman fan, I will never accept it.
Right.
Never. Him Superman quitting to marry a woman. No.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy it. I will never buy it. Not ever, 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 ever. And then on top of it, when he gets his powers later and he goes back to deal with the bully, that wasn't even Lester. I didn't realize. I always thought that was Lester crap, but Donner did that. And I hate that scene too.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is a mess, and I'm so glad that you brought up as a foil to that your sort of personal chronicle with Adam West's Batman show, because what I would say to that, I'm a huge fan of the Adam West Batman show, and I grew up with that show kind of like I did with the Christopher Reeve Superman films when I caught them on broadcast on those rare occasions. While watching Super Friends, Batman was introduced to me via Super Friends and the Adam West Batman show, which was on in syndication. So I was able to watch that around the same time I was watching Linda Carter's Wonder Woman and stuff. Mm-hmm. So as a child, I took it very seriously. I thought it was a really, really cool show. When I got to, obviously when the Michael Keaton film came out, other people were like, oh, it makes the Adam West show look so dumb. Well, I was the one that got excited for the resurgence in all the Adam West Batman stuff because the Michael Keaton movie had come out. And so like they showed the movie on TV, the Adam West movie. And I watched that from beginning to end and loved it the same summer that 89 Batman came out. I bring this up to say that the difference between Superman 2's camp and the tone and camp, quote unquote, of Adam West's Batman is that those writers on that show were doing something very, very smart. And they were doing something deliberately, and I don't mean this in the Rian Johnson way. They were doing something very subversive as far as they weren't trying to undercut Batman. they were talking about all sorts of, social and cultural things in both storytelling and in our country at the time, like, and not heavy political stuff, but what I mean by like truly like cultural stuff. Like they were talking about and making commentary through their jokes and stuff on human behavior and the entertainment industry and all sorts of little things, as well as talking about comic books and other stuff like that. And so when you watch it as an adult, there's so much in that Batman show that you can really, really appreciate as an adult when you're watching it, that'll go right over your head as a kid. Whereas with Superman 2, it just diminishes. The more aware you become, there's nothing else to discover. There's nothing to hold on to. Superman 2 and Superman 3 and definitely Superman 4, they just continue to fall apart. I don't know if I'm making sense or not, but
No, I got you.
yeah, but I in other words, because of the deliberate theater of the absurd that they crafted the Batman show around, the Adam West Batman show is brilliant and stands alone. And when I say alone, I don't mean superior to. I mean it is its own thing within the history of Batman. You cannot take it, and it would be unfair to compare it to the Tim Burton films. It would be unfair to compare it to the Christopher Nolan trilogy. It would be unfair to, you know what I mean? You can't sit there and say these are better because they're different from this. It's like, this was doing this deliberately. It wasn't doing this ignorantly. And it wasn't doing this because Richard Lester was behind the camera and didn't understand comic books. The guys that made that show really understood comic books at the time. And man, they delivered something really special. And I know I probably sound like a wackadoo at this point for
No, I love it.
But
No, I love it.
I genuinely, I know this is supposed to be a Superman show, but we're talking about
That's all
Superman.
right.
We're talking about Richard Lester
No.
and his effect on Superman versus Adam West's Batman. Adam West's Batman is academic. And I'm not even using that as an exaggeration or ironically. I do mean it is literally academic. Whereas Superman 2 and 3 are ignorance. So
Yeah.
there you go.
You know, well, Adam West's Batman wasn't just me. I mean, I know I owe all of my geekness to it because I was less than 2 years old when it first aired on network television, and I'm told it was the first word I can say because of that thing running around singing Batman, Batman, Batman with a towel tied around my neck, thinking I was Batman.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I just loved it, and that was how my geekness got started. And I owe it everything. But there are a lot of people that will tell you the same thing in some point or in some way or another. A lot of the countless people who ended up working not only in comic books but other mediums, but especially just comics, ended up wanting to, loving comics, because I've told you many times before that and other things on TV was my gateway drug to loving superheroes, because that was for, when you're a baby or a toddler, you're not getting comic books. You're not going to the newsstand to buy comics, so you're seeing them somewhere. You're seeing them on television, and that show was very closely, like you said, it's very close to the source material of the time, but it wasn't close to the origins of the character. It was close to what the comic was at that point. It was just so clever. It was perfect because it could appeal to little kids that would think it's serious.
Yep.
And adults, it was clever for the adults. And now you watch it now, I still go back and watch it all the time.
Oh yeah.
And I just laugh. I mean, it's so much fun. And it also does something to my heart when I watch it. I see Adam West, and the times I got to meet him, he was so nice to me. And, he and Burt Ward, that was just incredible.
Well, they're smart laughs. Like people who
Right.
don't really know much about the Adam West show, they just know the da na 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 and bat.
Yeah, they're smart.
And they know shark repellent, and that's all they know about the show. They
Right.
don't understand, like, these writers on that show, they were really trig. Like, they knew what they were doing. And I know I've said that phrase like 50
No, yeah.
It's true. So like when you watch that show, you're not only able to laugh, but you're laughing at jokes that are really clever. Like they're really, really smart. And it's there's a an interview on YouTube from, I think it's called like TV History Archives or something, but they put these interviews together, and they had an interview with Adam West several years before his passing, and of course one of the things that they talked about was Batman, and he talked about getting the script wired to him or whatever, or couriered to him, and for the pilot, and he talked about how he immediately recognized it as this very smart theater of the absurd, and how unique it was, and how he wanted to do the project and everything like that. And he's not wrong. Like it's a really, really good show. And I know this is the Superman show, so we're going to get off Batman now. I'm sorry about that, but I had to just say,
no.
Batman, Adam West Batman gets a bad rap from ignorant people.
Absolutely does.
Yeah.
Ignorant.
Yeah.
The problem is, in Superman, it doesn't belong in Superman 2 because these guys don't really know. First of all, it wasn't set up. The first movie wasn't set up to be that way, and the second movie was not funny. It was.
Well, no, they're not even doing satirical camp. They're not even doing.
No,
they're not even doing
goofball crap.
They're not doing theater of the absurd. They're doing. They're doing bad vaudeville. Is what they're doing. Like really bad vaudeville, and it's like, This just feels like people that don't know what else to do. Like they're just like, oh yeah, comic books are dumb. Let's do dumb stuff. And it's like, man. Like,
yeah. Hey, I hope I'm saying this right. Flay Day 1. I hope I'm saying that right. Flay Day 1. But welcome. I don't know if I've seen you here before. But yeah, it was, again, just so Superman 2 left a bad taste in my mouth when it came out, the Lester cut. Or the theatrical version, and even the TV, the ABC version, because, like I said, I felt like, first of all, it was a lame story with a lot of very bad ideas in it, namely Superman giving his powers away, stupid, asinine, ill-conceived crap like a nuclear explosion in space might free the Phantom Zone villains. Why? Mm-hmm. Why would that? Again, I hate this shit when it comes to comic movies, and this is comic geek inside baseball crap, but I don't care. You don't understand what the Phantom Zone is. Now here, Julia Schwartz and other people were asked about this. The great editor of DC Comics was asked a couple different times in the interview. So when they were making the movies, did they come to you guys and ask different questions about stuff? Because there were a lot of things, not so much in the first movie, but like there's that garbage with how they freed the Phantom Zone village. You could have easily just had Luthor break into the fortress and free them, and it would have made far more sense than a stupid nuclear explosion in space that What's-Her-Face tells him about right before it happens, or after. Yeah. It was predicted eons ago, and when he's just watching the recording of it. That was idiotic. So, he said, Julia Schwartz said, what do we know? We just write funny books. They don't listen to us.
Right.
Because he'd said that, yeah, were certain things, and they don't give us the script approval, or none of it, at least not Julia Schwartz. And by the way, they should have, because if they did talk to guys who were writing the comic books at the time, like a Cary Bates or an Elliot Magan, a Martin Pasco, and Julia Schwartz who was editing it, or Marv Wolfman, whomever, the different various Superman writers of the day, they might have known. They don't care, of course, that makes no damn sense that an explosion of a hydrogen bomb in space would crack. Quote, and by the way, what is this cracked business? I know it looked like a mirror, but that's not. Hey, Oliver Belamonte, good to see it. That's not how the Phantom Zone works, dummies. And I know that's fanboy nitpicking, but I hate it. And stuff like that. Him quitting to giving his powers up to get a piece. Sorry, crude, I don't care. To get some pisses me off. I hate it. Just do. And that's just the way that goes. But it just annoyed me. And there are a lot of things in it that annoyed me, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess over the years I've watched it so many times, I can still watch certain scenes and enjoy them. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's what I was saying about, that we could. it's undeniable that there are movies that aren't very good that have good moments in them. But for a lot of our brethren out there in the fandom, they then equate that to meaning, oh, there's a good bit in this movie, therefore the movie's good. And it's like, no,
Yes.
like, and so like they will start talking about like, what was the movie? What was the movie that somebody was needling me about it a few months ago in a live stream or something, and I can't remember what movie they were discussing, and I said, the movie's not good, the script is terrible. And they were like, and I hate it when people do this, but he was like, yeah, but I mean the graphics were so good. And I'm like, you mean the special effects,
Yeah.
Jackal? Like the graphics, like they act like it's the legend.
The graphics.
Yeah, it's the Legend of Zelda or some
yeah,
crap.
I think they.
It's like no, it's. But they were like, but the visuals, and I'm like, okay, if the visuals don't have, unless you're just some like Banksy artist that doesn't care about script and story, like you're just all about the look, or whatever. If that action and those visuals don't have a good story behind it, then everything lacks punch. There's no real good, there's no effective motivation for anything. Now, I freely concede, while trying not to cry, that there are people out there who only care about the flashing lights and the pretty colors. And I think that's vapid as hell. It's vapid as hell, but they exist. But their attitude is that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to give credit to something looking good, fair enough, because those people who work on the effects should be given credit when it looks good. But the movie could still be a steaming pile of crap, right? I mean,
yep.
But
I had somebody actually tell me one time, not long ago, that The Flash was a great movie because of the visuals.
Oh my God! First of all, they're not any good.
Oh, they're not. You're absolutely right. They're not. And yet, try telling.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen movies that I hate the hell out of. That if you ask me, well, how were the effects? I guess they were pretty good. I've seen that. It's happened. Movie's a piece of dribble, so what do I care? I mean, in fact, that's even worse. It's a waste of good effects. All that work that those poor bastards did, and they worked on a shitty movie.
Yep. It's like objectively speaking, like, and again, like this is where I get off the boat with these people. It's like, yes, objectively speaking, the airplane rescue in Superman Returns or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. Yeah,
it looked pretty good, but the movie was a boring snoozer that had nothing. Like it was, leave it to Brian. Leave it to Bryan Singer to make another boring superhero.
Bryan Singer's terrible. Hey, Ezra Goldstein, shalom, my friend. Bryan Singer sucks.
Yep.
And I tell you what, if I were Bryan Singer, I would have put Zack Snyder on my Christmas card list because he's the only one capable of making a worse, ostensibly Superman movie than he did.
Oh yes, agreed, 100%.
And I'm not including Superman 4, those, because at least those have Christopher Reeves bad as 4. 4's bad, but that's another story. But yeah, man, I look, that's another thing. When I trash Man of Steel, which I do often, because it's a piece of garbage, and so is bitch versus shit, in my opinion.
Yep.
Bull versus shit. But when I trash those, I sometimes defenders will say shit like, "Who's better than Superman Returns?" First of all, even though I don't agree with that, let's just say I did, that wouldn't absolve it of being a piece of trash.
Yeah.
And if that's your standard, because look, even though I don't agree with that statement, it's not like that makes Superman Returns any good, because it sucks.
Yep. 100%. Like Superman Returns was a confused movie that didn't know what it wanted to be because Bryan Singer didn't know what he wanted to make. And I'll step back and say it's a real shame and a lost opportunity, because I think that Brandon Routh's heart was in the right place with what he was wanting to do.
I agree with that.
Yeah. In other words, Brandon Routh really wanted to do honor to both the character of Superman and Christopher Reeve as a legacy performer. He was just handed a garbage project because Bryan Singer. I'm just going to say this right now since it's funny. Earlier you said, well, maybe eventually we'll talk about X-Men tonight. I was talking to a good friend of mine a few days ago, and somehow the subject of I think we were talking about the trailer that dropped for Deadpool 3, and anyway, the conversation went for a few exchanges. We were joking around, and I said, look, I said, the only thing Disney can hope for is that Hugh Jackman really can once again work his magic and bring a bunch of people to another, film that may have a good chance of being mediocre because Disney's behind it. And my friend laughed and he was like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Oh, please." I said, "Tell me one of those Fox X-Men movies that was actually good." I don't mean, oh, well, it was better than this other one that was totally crap. I mean, tell me one that truly on its own was actually awesome. And he started laughing, and I'm like, yeah. I'm like, there has never been a good X-Men movie. Like, they're all blah. Like, they're
I've heard one, and I've almost seen all of them, but there's one that I've never seen. There's the one that people like a lot that I haven't seen it. You may have, and you may differ. And I'm not saying it's bad, and that's X-Men First Class. I never bothered to watch it. People say that's good. I don't care. I don't necessarily believe them. But there are people who like that one. It's well liked, is all I'm saying, and I have no interest in it myself. I've seen most of those movies, but there's some I haven't even bothered to watch.
I just wonder if they say First Class is awesome because the White Queen looks really hot in it or something. Like, I just because it's they're all young or whatever. And she's got a bare midriff. Like, is
she in that? Is she in that? I didn't.
Yeah, she's in that in her. Remember? Did you see that Marvel Legends figure of White Queen that came out recently? That had the outfit where it was sort of like the bare midriff with almost like the sports bra or whatever. White Queen, like
maybe. I don't know.
That's clearly what they modeled her outfit.
Okay.
First Class. And
I have no interest in the movie. I just heard people who said to me, "I don't like X-Men movies much, but I like that one." I go, fair enough. I haven't seen it. But,
and I've heard the same thing from people. I've seen First Class again.
Oh, okay.
It's like, and once again, Hugh Jackman makes a cameo in that one too. So, like, it's just a cameo, but he's in it. But it's like, okay, if this is now the high bar for X-Men movies, that's really sad. Like,
MMM, that's exactly what I say. None of the movies come close to being X-Men for me either.
Yep. And that's been the big tragedy of Superman, is that Superman as a movie-going franchise, it shot the moon with the first one, and then it could never find its footing again. It hasn't found its footing since. So we now have a string of movies since the 1978 Superman film where we go, well, I mean, that one part in it was pretty good. And you're like, okay, like, I'll be the first to admit, I'll say that because I still love Superman so much that I want to watch cinematic moments of his that are cool. So I'm like, well, yeah, like, I like the junkyard fight in Superman 3 for what it is.
Yeah, me too.
I like the airplane rescue in Superman Returns for what it is. I like the opening credit sequence in Superman Returns because they use the theme. There's nothing I like in Man of Steel because I get to walk away from that one and go, not only was the film terrible, it's not called Superman.
It's not Superman.
Right.
And, it's a waste of Henry Cavill because he could have been good in a good movie.
Yep, he could have. Yep.
Grogu from my old hometown. Good to see you, buddy. And there's the thing of it. People think I don't trash Henry Cavill. He's a very admirable guy. This is a guy that he's a geek like a lot of us. He loves a lot of this geek stuff. And I don't think he was a big Superman guy till he got that role. And then he went and read all these comics. Mm-hmm. I always see these actors sometimes saying, and especially when they go, when it's not even their fault. For example, James Gunn, that dickhead, let's see, it was John Cena. I'm not the biggest John Cena fan, but he got the role of Peacemaker, right?
Yep.
And they asked him, so did you go read the Peacemaker comics? He says, No, I was gonna do it, and James Gunn told me not to. Like, you know what? Screw you. Well, Cavill wouldn't. He did what you thought you should do. Go buy the comics. John Bernthal, when he got the role of the Punisher, went and bought a bunch of Punisher comics. So did I think even Cumberbatch went and bought a bunch of Doctor Strange. If you got that character and you haven't read much, you need to educate yourself. And so I kind of admired that about the guy. But Cavill is also like a big Witcher fan. That's why he did that show. Then they ruined it for him. He's a geek. He loves Warhammer. He's doing that next. I'm like, the guy just wants to be in these geek things, and he's actually got the look for it, and they're wasting him. Like they won't make a good Superman movie to put him in there. And
Right.
now they got rid of him.
Yeah.
And he never got a chance to play Superman. He got to play Mopey Man with a weird looking blue body condom. And it's just a shame.
When this may not be a popular take, but I've spent 12 years on YouTube giving unpopular takes. And I've discovered that apparently I'm just genetically predisposed to genuinely feeling unpopular takes. So I'm going to be out of step with society forever. But honestly speaking, like, now that we are, coming up on 45, no, I guess we are 45 plus years away from Superman, the movie. Now that we're that far out, and there have been all these other Superman projects. When I say other Superman projects, I'm not counting animated stuff. I'm only referring to live action, because that's the benchmark that George Reeves and Christopher Reeves set. And I'm taking nothing away from Kirk Allen when I say that. Just pointing out that those were the two notably successful live action Supermen before all this. 45 years out, did I ever expect to look back on everything post Superman the movie and go, well, Lois and Clark ain't looking so bad these days, and again, that's me saying a lot, because that show was trying to be like a rom-com version of Superman. It was trying to be hip and all that kind of stuff. It had a lot of problems, but when you actually look at it through the lens of where we are now, it's like, oh, it's actually a lot more comic booky and trying to be true to the character as he was post John Byrne than a lot of the stuff we've seen of late. Like, it amazes me how time is what it takes for a true assessment of a piece of entertainment to really settle in.
Right. Yeah.
It's a weird phenomenon, but it happens all the time. And people, not to overtalk it, but people tell me, oh, well, Michael, kids who watch the Star Wars prequels, they're going to love them like you love the original trilogy. And I'm like, that's not necessarily true. And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, because there's a lot of movies that were contemporary with the Star Wars trilogy in my youth that I have revisited and wished I hadn't, that were just as watched. In other words, I would watch them on repeat as much as Star Wars, and they didn't hold up to the test of time.
Wow.
So there's always the chance that there are going to be a lot of people who grow up and Star Wars prequels are not going to be the thing that held up to the test of time for them. It will be something else. And they're like,
Natural. Hey, David Glenn, good to see you. Yeah, there's a thing about that. I guess compared to the new filth, they might, I don't know. It's hard to believe that well, what is it? It's 2024, I guess. No, because we'd be seeing a lot. There would be a lot of young people right now that would be waxing nostalgic about those movies. And the most you hear is sort of I liked them, okay, but if they're a Star Wars fan, they like the originals better. I mean, even people who are not particularly, because I'm not particularly, disdainful of the prequels that much. Critical, yes, but not. I never really hated them as much as a lot of people. And Ben, it was a lot of people who do really hate them. And I don't, but a lot of people do, and I could respect that because I'm critical myself. But they're never. I don't know, man. I've watched them a lot, and they just never will stick with me like the original films. it's a shame we've had happen to what Star Wars, what has happened after the evil of 2015 on up, because I don't know. I think the prequels get seen in a little more positive light these days because of how horrible the Disney trash is.
Yeah, and look at what a sad testament that is. It's like
It's
the only
terrible
way for the prequels to improve in our esteem was for Star Wars to be even worse.
because they're flawed,
Right.
but still they're Star Wars. I mean, in other words, to me, they're still Star Wars. They're just flawed, even though you could definitely make a case that it probably wasn't necessarily a good idea to try to tell Darth Vader's backstory. But I think that's a lesson that no one's ever going to learn. Prequels, generally, going back to tell the backstory of, especially a character that's iconic, is not necessarily the best idea.
Right. Right.
I'm not saying now. Again, for movies, let me be specific. For movies, for comic books, for not books, even maybe that's a little bit of a different story. Not for big gigantic movie franchises, though.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, like, for example, if that were in some Star Wars novels or something like that, people could get behind that. Hey, JT Skywalker, good to see you, James T. But big old movies about it, well, I don't know, just prequels in general, man. And now we don't learn it. We've not learned a thing. They've got prequels still coming out to some stuff coming out. What did you see recently? It's a freaking prequel. I hated that horrible Mad Max Furiosa Road, or Mad Max scene with Charlize Theron. Now there's a prequel coming out to Mad Max. We're going to see a prequel, like a younger version of her now, a prequel of Furiosa. I'm like, why? Who called for that?
Right.
Who needed that? I don't understand. Why do you think anyone's going to want to watch that? What is this, Madam Web? No, I'm just kidding.
Ooh, yeah. Oof. That was, I said in my video last week.
I saw that video.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That was just me. Like, I'm just going to turn on the camera here and talk about this for a minute.
It was an excellent, by the way.
Thank you. I really was genuinely disappointed when I found out that, because I found out that movie was made when it was announced on like a YouTube ad before a video I was watching that it was in theaters. I was like, huh? When was this in development? When did this get made? And then
I didn't know it until like a couple weeks before it.
Yeah. It's like, and I was like,
I couldn't believe it. Madam Web? No, I couldn't believe it there. I was like, Madam Web? That Madam Web? What?
Yeah. And then you find out that Spider-Woman, the Avengers West Coast version, which I have.
And they changed her last name.
Yeah, which is really weird.
She's not even Julia Carpenter for some reason.
Why would they change that? That's what I don't understand.
I have no idea.
I don't get it. I don't like, what would be the logic there? Like, what are carpenters now like controversial or something? Like, anyway.
Yeah, so, carpenters are a bunch of lowlives. We don't want to be associated with them. What the hell?
Well, we don't want to give off any religious connotations, and Jesus.
Oh, that's true.
Carpenter, like,
good point.
Or maybe they're like, oh, there was a carpenter that died of anorexia, and these are all women, so we don't want to give. It's like you could come up with a number of crazy excuses as to why they did that. No.
Oh, there you go. Welcome, Son Lee. He says yes. Your review was great, by the way. Well, review your video about it was a review.
Oh, thank you.
All of your vids are. Thank you, Son Lee. Good to see you, my friend.
Very, very, very appreciative. Thank you so much. No, it was crazy because I like the original Spider-Woman, of course, and I liked the second one growing up with comics in the 90s, and I was like, wow. I thought, wow, because when I saw the Madam Web thing, I hadn't put everything together because again, I was seeing the ad as the movie was hitting theaters. So I didn't know at first that Dakota Johnson and a Scooby Gang were in the movie. Because the only character that they were showing me was Sydney Sweeney in the Spider-Woman outfit that looked pretty close to the one from the comic. And I was like, it looked like a Tim Burton version of the one from the comic. And I was like, oh wow. I was like, maybe they're just calling it Madam Web, not, but it's really a Spider-Woman movie, clearly.
Yeah, because they showed it in the trailer, but it's not in the movie.
right, which is really insane, right?
I
So
haven't I haven't seen it, but I know everything that happens in it because I heard it broken
yeah,
down.
like apparently they're not in their outfits until like the last 5 seconds or something.
And then it's a premonition,
Oh,
a
give me a
flash.
break.
It's like a flash of them for a couple of seconds. It's not. There's no, from what I've read, and if you've any of you out there who have seen Madam Web, you can correct me, but I know from friends who have seen it and then have broken it down. There's not one superhero fight in the whole movie. Not
Because
one.
that's a great idea, right?
Yeah, let's make a superhero movie with no superheroes in it.
Yeah, make a superhero movie with no superhero action in it. Market it with them in their outfits, even though their outfits don't appear in the movie. That's another great idea. Oh, and the clincher for success.
Yes.
Don't make anything in this movie that could be merchandised. In other words,
No. Oh no, can't do that.
There's nothing, right?
No action figures because no one. I mean, that commercial, and again, they knew it too, but it was so bait and switchy because they knew what that trailer. People would see that trailer and go, "Madam, what? Who's that?"
That's
but
what I
see
said.
some Spider Woman in the trailer, and you're like, "Okay, whatever." But I mean, you're probably not going to want to go see it anyway. Granted, but if you do, you're going to go in there and go sit there. People said it was just like boring and. What little action there is has nothing to do with their superpowers or any of that kind of shit.
See,
and the girls are made to look a lot younger than they are. And I mean, boy, what a waste of Sydney Sweeney. I mean, Jesus,
right? God. She looks pitch perfect to play the second Spider-Woman, like pitch perfect. And and it's like she could have, if you had done a movie that was just Spider-Woman with her playing the Carpenter version of Spider-Woman. That movie would have done, even with those inept writers, as a solo film, that would have had so much more marketability and done a lot better than the project that they went around their elbow to get to their ass to make. Like I don't understand it at all. And the thing that blew me away was I was so bummed out because I was like, wow, like this is yet another massive missed comic book opportunity that probably won't come around again because they blew it so badly. It's
crazy, man.
It really is. Like,
wait, look, you could take that money and just shove it down. And, look, you guys would have been better off taking that money that you spent on that movie and go just get a bunch of hookers for the weekend. That's what you spend on hookers anyway, right?
Yeah.
Just go use it, spit on hookers and blow, and then you won't take it up at wasting everybody's time with a dull, stupid movie.
Yeah, 100%.
Pathetic.
100%.
It's absolutely what a waste. I mean, it's bad enough that they're making shit like Venom. I'm sorry, I'm people get mad at me when I can't stand Venom.
Right.
But here's my big. I know this all Sony can do, but forget about that for a second. Venom, 2 movies. Morbius. Yeah. They haven't even come out with what's his face yet, Craven. So I'm sensing a pattern here. Why do we have Spider-Man adjacent or Spider-Man villains? I don't think any villain needs a movie.
Exactly.
But especially Craven. But at least that will have action. This one don't. But there'll still be boring crap. Why, man?
It's like
rhinos in that one. But so what?
These are all tax write-offs just to keep the option for the Spider-Verse.
I can't. It's so stupid. Like,
you know why they can't
make a Spider-Man movie?
Well, that's the thing. It's almost like they feel like, and again, I don't know if it's because their situation with the MCU is still officially tied up right now or whatever, that agreement they made to, give the MCU right of first refusal to a Spider-Man project or something. I don't know. I'm speculating, but yeah, like these Spider-Verse films, it's almost as if Sony is like, well, it's a joke now as to how quickly we reboot Spider-Man in at our company with movies, so we can't get away with that for a 4th time. So we need to do some of these peripheral characters just to keep our option open. And it's like they're not putting any effort into them. Like that.
Yeah, but you could at least try to make a decent movie. I mean, yeah, the odds are against you that even if you made a good movie about Madam Web, perchance that it would not be that popular. But at least you could hold your head high, say you took it a shot. But I don't know how any of this crap gets made. I don't know who. There's no one standing around reading that script and going, "This is really going to be good, guys." Oh yeah, people are really going to come see this one. They're going to knock their Madam Web, the next big thing.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
that's what blows me away. They're so clueless about the medium and the license that they own, or that they control. They don't know enough to know what they don't know, and therefore they don't know enough to know that Madam Web is so esoteric, because to them all these characters are esoteric. So they're like, they think they're picking a good one, and then they're second stringing Spider-Woman. Like, really? Wow. You know,
I would, and let's just say, here's the thing about that gets me the most though is what if let's just say they at least put a bunch of superhero scenes in it and it still sucked. At least they would have done that. I mean, even the worst, all these shitty Marvel movies, even they don't do that. I mean, even they have like, scenes with they're dumb, they're bad. Like the Marvels is horrible.
right?
But there are scenes where people are running around, in shitty costumes doing stupid shit in action.
Right.
In other words, you have no doubt that it's a quote unquote superhero movie, just a shitty one. This
Right.
one's, it doesn't even know what it is. It's just not, it's nothing. It's not even, it just exists. And it doesn't have a genre. It's anything.
It's 50 Shades of meh.
Yes. It's, oh my God. But that doesn't, TNZ, by the way, good to see you, buddy. That doesn't absolve garbage like the Marvels or anything, of course. But
No. What you're saying though is that
you can tell what it's about. It just sucks.
Yeah, you can tell what it's about, and it's still going to be bad, but at least you can tell that they're trying to square peg it into the MCU. They're trying to make it a Marvel movie, whereas Sony is doing this weird thing where they're like, well, let's tell all the actors in interviews to talk about how it's based in reality and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, if you think that the selling point of your comic book superhero movie is to base it in reality, you have already failed. Like, we don't go to comic book movies to see something grounded and based in reality. If I wanted to see something grounded and based in reality, I would just wake up in the morning. Like, that's all I would have to do.
Yeah, like, that's why. Yeah, and that's why I know it's another kettle of fish, but that's why I cannot stand the darker, more grounded stuff in general. Like that's why I've always called. What I used to call the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, and I get in trouble for this. I used to call them Batman for dummies.
Well, they are. They're Batman. They're Batman designed for people who feel self-conscious about comic book characters, so they don't have to feel self-conscious going to that movie.
Yeah, especially The Dark Knight Retires, which I hate.
Oh, horrible film.
What a terrible movie. I don't mind the other two that much, but they're just not. Again, they're not my bag. Like normies. I hate to use the word normie. It sounds like it's like I know we sound like elitists or snobs when we say that, but normies. I'm sorry. Normies really love that second one in particular. They don't really care about Batman Begins.
Yeah,
but they love that second one. That is one of the most overrated movies ever made, in my opinion. It don't mean I dislike it so much. I just don't think. Man, I know so many people that think that's just it's their favorite. And if it's your favorite movie, that's fine, whatever. But man, it's just not really what I go to Batman for.
Right.
I don't need. I think when you make a comic book character too realistic, especially when it's translating into a movie, it gets really boring. For me.
Yeah.
For me. I mean, The Batman's probably worse than those, but I don't know. That's another one. Why does anyone like The Batman? Did you see that one?
I did. It's almost like The Batman is the one that said, you know what? We're gonna go from realistically dark, which I don't agree with. That's their attitude, that dark is more realistic. I'm whatever on that. But they're like, let's ride right past realistic dark by our definition, and let's go straight on, like, deep into the pool, the Crow dark. Like, let's just do like the Crow. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because see, my biggest criticism of Batman Begins when it came out wasn't from a story perspective. It wasn't anything like that. Mike, I'm serious. I tried to watch it in the theater twice.
Which
And then
one?
I tried
Batman
to watch
Begins?
Batman Begins, and then I tried to watch it on DVD. I couldn't effing see anything.
Yes.
I was like, they've literally taken dark too far. Like they've literally filmed next to nothing in most of this. That I see a hint of a street light and maybe like a reflection off of a storage container and some shapes moving. And I'm like, what is going on in this film? I would like to know, but I can't see it. I literally cannot see. And so, yeah, like when I saw The Batman, I was like, oh, they're like, you know what we're going to do? Let's see if we can figure out a way to make the audience squint even harder. Like, so I can't really judge the movie because I've seen it and I can't see it. Like, you know, yeah.
I think, the first time I saw The Dark Knight, the second one, I think I fell asleep. And then so much so that I was kind of aggravated. So I think I went back again and I think I fell asleep again. I've watched it all a couple of times and I don't hate it. I think it's okay. I just think it's mind-bogglingly overrated. But The Batman, I'm with you. It's just, to me, it's monotonous. And he is an idiot all throughout the movie.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's just not smart, and the Riddler's horrible. And I'm tired of everyone, wanking about how great the whack penguin is. I don't think he's particularly interesting either.
Right.
Catwoman's terrible. It just there's nothing that makes me think he's Batman. With that opening scene, I thought had potentially like, oh, it's Halloween, so they all think he's not really Batman. He's a guy in a Halloween costume, and they're going to attack him, and he's going to kick their ass, and he barely handles them. And I'm like, you know what? He's not bad. He doesn't even fight like Batman. He's just the whole movie is a slog. Especially, could that be reached for the government? Especially the last quarter or the third act, the 13th act, I should call it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's a comment here where they're needling us. Like, oh, were you wanting them to say gazonk and boom when they fought? And I can't tell if they're sitting with us or not. But I'll just say this.
Who said that?
Putin's cat.
Oh.
And I'll just say this.
That's Putin's dog, but go ahead.
Yeah. I was like, no, we're not saying that. So don't be, try not to be reductive and dismissive. Like I said earlier, and you may not have been in the show.
He was.
Just because we like Adam West Batman, it doesn't mean we want everything else to be like Adam West Batman. It's its own thing. And it did what it did well. Similarly, I really like Batman Brave and the Bold. I love it. I don't have any problem with Batman Brave and the Bold for what it is, nor do I want projects on either side of it to be like it. But with this particular film, The Batman, it's still leaning into that so stylized and so trying to not be Batman that it might as well just have its own title and be its own movie. Like, why are we riding on the Batman's name at this point with this movie? You have taken a mallet to it beyond recognition that began with the Christopher Nolan stuff, and now we're way past that. We have missed the turn, in other words.
Not only that, that movie, I'm so friggin' sick of some of the dumber things that have been done in comics recently being injected to movies, like the crap about Martha Wayne being insane and all that horse shit. They can go screw them. Look, the Waynes exist for one. Hello, Patrick Britt. Welcome. The Waynes exist for one reason in the Batman mythos, so that is to get shot at the beginning of the story, and that's all. They never, ever, 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 ever. That's like also idiots. You wouldn't believe the stuff they did. Jor-El's alive in modern comics. That makes me cry. Jor-El and Lara exist for one reason in Superman's mythos, to blow up on Krypton. That's it. I hate them bringing back all the time, and then what they did to Martha Wayne. Why'd you say that name? Hey, Ted Village. But so what they did to Martha Wayne and The Batman made me want to hurl. And yes, and people think, well, like that in in garbage comics made in the modern era, so they could screw off.
Right.
It's so sick. I'm like, this doesn't belong in a Batman movie.
Mhm.
Martha, she was insane, and also and by the way, Thomas Wayne had a dude killed. Go screw. I hate that movie so much.
Oh,
But that, especially for that.
Sure. There's a comment in here where they're saying that they thought that Batman Begins was they managed to make a realistic movie. So let me just go off on my little rant here.
Begins.
Yeah.
Really?
And this has nothing to do with Begins. It has to do with this perpetual attitude that Chads have about Batman. Like they think that Batman is like the one superhero that they can confidently walk around and say, yeah, I'm not really a comic book guy, but I'm a Batman guy because he's dark and he's realistic and I can relate to him. And it's like all right, first of all, there's nothing realistic about Batman. That's not the point.
No.
If you're looking for it, I don't want Batman to I don't read superhero comics for realism. Any of them, and that includes Batman. So like let's take the thing that they often say about I can relate to Batman because he's dark. And it's like, what exactly about Batman can you relate to? Because a lot of times I get into this conversation as it relates to Superman. I say I like Superman. My former co-hosts on this channel used to egg me all the time about Superman, how they couldn't relate to him. And I'm like, I just finally sat there one day at lunch with them and I said, all right, smarty pants. What can you relate to about Batman? What is it about Batman that you relate to?
Are you a billionaire?
Besides just being angry all the time. Right. And they're like, they said, because he's got a lot of pain, and he's dark. And I'm like, right, but he's also a billionaire who lives in a mansion whose parents were murdered. Can you relate to that? Well, and I'm like, oh, and he's trained his body to Olympian levels of physical prowess. You guys clearly aren't that. He can speak all these languages. He knows electrical and mechanical engineering and all these sciences. He's a genius detective. Can you relate to that? Can you relate to any of that? And they're like, and I'm like, now let's take Superman. Aside from the fact that he's got these superpowers, all right, which let's erase those from the equation. You can relate to things that I say about Superman if you pay attention. He's a guy who's unlucky with women. He doesn't know how to, really confidently talk to Lois. He works a 9-to-5 job trying to pay the rent at his apartment. Like he's trying to blend in and fit in, but he kind of feels like he's out of step with everybody. Like there's so much about Superman as a person living in our world today, and even for the last 35 years, that's far more relatable, if you want to admit it, than Batman. But hey, you go ahead and continue to be too cool for school.
You know where that comes from?
What's that?
It comes from people not understanding Superman because all they see, they're like Hack Snyder. When they think of Superman, all they see is the powers.
Mm-hmm.
To them, Superman is a set of superpowers. Superman, if you say who is Superman, he can fly and he can move mountains and stuff. That's why when they people like that who have written Superman over the years, and I want to say hello to some people who've showed up. Nighthawk 9, nice to meet you. Good, hello there, welcome. Scott Hughes, good to see you. Empress NM, hey buddy. Patrick Britt, welcome to Clobberin Times. Good to see you all. Always like to see newcomers pop in. So, to them, that's what Superman is. He's just a bunch of superpowers. And he could do all these things. That means they can't relate. Well, I can't relate to being able to do those things either.
Right.
But that's not what he is. Superman is not a set of superpowers. Certainly it's part of it. The brightly colored costume is certainly part of it. But it's also his values and his upbringing. And that's what he's relatable, because he is still, with those powers, trying to be the best person that he can yes, he has a different struggle that we can't relate to because he's in this fantasy context. He could do these things we can't do, but he's still very much very raised by humans. So in a sense, he's very human, and all he wants to do is do the right thing. and he has a set of values, and he's a hero. See, that's what John Byrne misunderstood Superman by trying to make him more like a troubled, anxiety-filled Marvel character. That's why a lot of people always didn't like him until John Byrne turned him into a yuppie.
Right.
So these people don't know Superman. They think, again, he's just a costume with powers, and he can do all these things, and he's a Boy Scout. Well, as if something's wrong with that, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course.
They don't understand him. That's the way I look at it. I think that they just see the costume and the powers, and that's all there is to it.
Mhm.
And there's a human inside of there. No one can relate to the fantasy, power fantasy aspect of it, but it's the same deal with Batman. How many people who have their parents murdered get to go out and have the time, the power, the luxury, the ability to go out and do what Bruce Wayne did? That's not realistic at all, is it? Is there anything realistic about an 8-year-old or whatever it is taking off and just training himself for the rest of his life? First of all, he's so rich, he can do whatever he wants, right?
Right.
He doesn't have to go live in somebody's foster home. He gets to live at that big mansion with Alfred. He decides he doesn't even have to listen to anybody. He doesn't have anybody raising him but one guy, Alfred. He can go, he could go all over the world and train and learn to do all this stuff. How many people could really do that? Could you do that? Can I do that when we were 8 years old and 10 years old and 15 years old? I don't think so. It can, and no, that's not what's realistic about him. Because if he's realistic, then I don't care how good he is at fighting and all that stuff. The first time about 50 dudes with guns are shooting at him, it's fantastic. And it's great when Batman takes out 20 guys with guns, but realistically, his head's going to get blown off. No way he's going to dodge every bullet. You can say, bullets bounce off of Superman. Well, guess what? Batman would get his head blown off.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have armor. He's not Iron Man.
Right.
So
the way this argument always shuts down for me is, and this is where I've actually had some people try to deny this, but it's like, really, dude, the Bat Chads, I call them Bat Chads. They when I present them with the argument of, okay, whatever, you say you relate to Batman, you're not going to back off that, even though you can't relate to Batman more than Superman fundamentally. In our world today, as it is, you are offered a choice. You individual, sir, you Bat Chad, are offered a choice. You can, in one instant, either become Batman or become Superman, but you can only pick one. Which will you pick? Nobody in their right mind offered that choice to literally become one or the other, meaning their powers, abilities, lifestyle, whatever, is going to choose Batman if they can choose complete invulnerability, flight, X-ray vision, blah, blah, blah in our world. Like, who's going to choose Batman? And that's my point. Like, if you were offered the choice, Bat Chad, you would turn your back on Batman in an instant and choose Superman.
Bat Chad, I love it.
So, like, really, like,
yeah,
it's so
they
ridiculous.
would. Yeah, I never got it. You know what? We were getting that crap a lot in the 80s and 90s. I guess it's trickled over. I mean, it still exists, but I don't hear it as much as I used to. I'll say that for it. But yeah, we still get some of that stuff. David Glenn, I'm with you. Irving Forbush is the most realistic superhero of them all. I'm with you there, sir.
Right.
I'm going to answer RRT and Zeddy asked me, Clubby, have you reviewed Grunwald's underrated masterpiece, Squadron Supreme Decade? You know, like I said last time, I have not yet, but for you, I might just do it one day. We love reviewing comics around here. We're having a lot of fun doing that. So thank you for asking. But yeah, man, I just can't stand. I don't know where that started. Actually, I kind of blame Frank Miller. And I love Frank Miller. I love his Daredevil. I don't like his Dark Knight too much, but well, that's another. We get in trouble for that too, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was amongst a couple people that in the 80s that started this bullshit about Batman and Superman being enemies. And it kind of carried over. It lasted for a while, which that's why I hate the 4th issue of Dark Knight, because Batman and Superman is the bad guy. in the government
Yep.
lackey.
Yep.
The government is a
I've never,
government lackey.
yeah, I've never liked that whole story cycle, that whole one-off or whatever you want to call it, that graphic novel. I've never,
No,
yeah,
especially issue 4. It was compiled into a trade, but it was actually originally a 4-parter. And I kind of like the first couple of issues, and then that just went off the rails for me. But the 4th issue with Superman, and he's this government lackey, and he's the bad guy. I hate it.
yeah. That's the thing. Like, as much as I appreciate the way they handled it in Justice League Unlimited, the animated series, there is still this thing where DC, and especially now with Warner Brothers making all the movies, DC panders to the Bat Chads in every aspect, because they're like, they also don't understand at Warner Brothers any of the other characters anymore. So they're like, well, Batman's dark and we know how to do dark. And it's like, well, you've simplified him down into an inaccuracy, but whatever. We got to try and make all these other characters, something we understand rather than what they actually are. And I don't think that Frank Miller's contribution helped that, because you've got Justice League Unlimited, which I've said handled it as best as one can. But notice how, even though Batman is the most vulnerable of all the DC superheroes of a certain echelon, obviously Robin would be more vulnerable than Batman, but I'm talking about at a certain level. They still have to make Batman this guy that always has the answer to take out every other superhero, and every single way to take out all the other Justice Leaguers is in like a few pouches on his belt or some crap. And it's like, I don't hate Batman at all. I like Batman a lot when he's used appropriately.
Oh, I love him. Yeah,
I love Batman when he's used correctly on the scale that he needs to be used at. And guess what? That's why everybody loves the animated series so much, because they knew exactly how to apply Batman to his world.
It's the best usage of the Batman character as far as the Dark Knight Detective, in my opinion, ever done. And I'm including comic books.
Yeah.
I'm including comics.
Yeah. So JT Kirk says that Batman gets more tail than Superman.
Well, yeah,
and it's like, but here's the deal.
Like Kirk himself. Yeah.
Here's the deal with that. I said, you're given his powers in our world. This isn't an isekai fantasy. I didn't say you would then be transported into the DC universe. I said you would be able to choose whether or not you are living as Batman or Superman in our world. You would suddenly have a physique because of the yellow sun. You'd be able to fly. Do you really think that if you were the only human on Earth that could fly and fly faster than the speed of light or whatever, and you had a physique like a Greek Adonis god, do you really think you wouldn't be getting dates?
Yeah, you'd be the arbiter of how much tail you got. He's not talking about taking over one of their bodies or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, the getting tail part. Look, I know you're trying to be funny, JT, and I love you, buddy. But if you're Kirk, that's like saying if Kirk changed his body with Janice Lester, then all of a sudden she'll get more tail. Well,
I love it how some fans can't think outside the box if they applied it to our reality. Like, you know what I mean?
Nice. He's being ridiculous. JT's a nice guy.
I know he's a nice guy. I'm not saying he's like being mean or anything. It's just more like I've had conversations like this with people before who are so wrapped up in their pop culture that they can't reapply it to reality, where it's like, okay, we're doing a hypothetical here and we're talking about boom, reality. It's like,
in other words, what you're saying is if Batman and Superman got in a contest to see who could get more action, and I don't mean action comics, you're thinking you give Batman a run for his money. In fact, he would probably win the bet, probably.
Right. And that's the whole thing. Like, I'm not saying that the moment you become Superman, there's a Lois Lane in your life named Lois Lane. I'm saying you just have the powers of Superman or the money, wealth, and resources of Batman. You are not literally, your name will still be Michael French. Your name will not be Clark Kent.
Yes.
You just have his abilities. And let me tell you something. If you've got Superman's abilities, and here's something else. If you're not going to choose invulnerability and flight because you can't get it out of your own head as a Bat Chad that Bruce Wayne has had like dates before. Like, oh, he has dates, but now you're still facing the possibility of, I don't know, getting cancer one day and all this. I'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure in our world, if I had the powers of Superman, I would have the relief of knowing I would never get a disease. Like I would automatically be amazing when I walked out of the house, and I would probably end up accidentally being in the news. So women gonna want me. So like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be crude about it. I'm just saying that's the reality.
Okay.
You know?
No, I hear you. RR, thank you for the super chat, my friend. That's very kind of you. Very generous of you. He says, I like number 4 of Dark Knight Returns. Batman only beats Superman via luck, ingenuity, and literally dies in the process. He never intends to kill Clark. It worked as one-off, but since then the hacks have turned it into a joke. Well, it was an Elseworld, you could say, which is fine. I just don't like it, and I hated him. It just again, I excuse it for the same reason you can. It's just you can do anything you want in an Elseworld. I just personally didn't like it, RR, but I'm glad you did there. Thank you for that. You were too kind. And let me answer.
I just have to say this real quick. So now JT is saying to somebody, he's like, well, if you were the Batman, you'd already have wealth, whereas Superman, you'd have to work for it. And I'm like, wait a second. If you had the powers of Superman in our world today, with all of the people wanting to do marketing deals and pay you for interviews and pay you for appearances and all kinds of stuff, do you really think you'd have to work that hard to be rich? Like, what?
Not really. Not with his ability. Not with Superman's abilities. Logan.
No, not with Superman's abilities. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I got you. Logan Wood, welcome. Good to see you. And listen here. I had one. Patrick Britt had asked, was Doc Savage an inspiration to Bob Kane's for Batman? Actually, it was the Shadow that built. Bob Kane really had very little to do with creating Batman, other than certain elements. It was mostly Bill Finger, but the Shadow was the big. Now, Doc Savage was influential to Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, though. Michael's description of Batman also fits Doc Savage's description, except for the drive of his parents' death. Yes, although his parents were killed, actually. Yeah, but no. Clark Savage Jr., Doc Savage, the character from Pulps and stuff, was part of the other elements, along with other things that were Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster had drawn on for the creation of Superman. But in the case of Batman, it was the Shadow mostly, with some other pulp-type characters, but it was really, one could say, highly derivative of the Shadow, the Spider, Green Hornet, even in a sense, other characters that predate Batman, and most of it was Bill Finger and along with Bob Kane. But it was also that other guy. I always forget the guy's name. It's been so long since I read the story, but there were papers floating around that Batman was pitched even before both of them did it. Forget the guy's name. I'd have to go back and check, but yeah, in the DC offices. So anyway. And Zorro. Yeah, I mean, David Glenn, that's true. There was some Zorro in there. Remember, that's what comic books. Hey, Brian Hepburn, good to see you. But comic books at the time were not the first medium doing this. I mean, and everything, there's most things other than the very first, how do you put it? John Carter, Warlord of Mars, for example. John Carter of Mars, later called Warlord of Mars. By Edgar Rice Burroughs was ripped a lot. Flash Gordon and some others did that, but actually, he wasn't even the first character that went to Mars to fight aliens on Mars. Gulliver of Mars was a Gulliver of Mars, not to be confused with Gulliver's Travels, was a character, Gulliver Jones, predated him by about almost 20 years in the novel. So Edgar Rice Burroughs kind of even took him in 1911. So even going that far back, characters are kind of taken from other places. Flash Gordon, for example, King Features were trying to emulate the success of Buck Rogers, and they were going to do a John Carter strip and couldn't get it put together with the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate. So Alex Raymond basically, as you know, kind of took a lot of John Carter and Buck Rogers and mashed them together and created Flash Gordon, and that's been 90 years ago this month, or this year, because it was January actually. So just goes to show you so many of these things. Like people like to say that when comic books came along, you'd already had dime novels, later called pulps. Then you start comic strips. The first comic book was a bunch of strips put together in a comic book format, and radio shows. Like Green Hornet was a radio show, so was Lone Ranger. Brian Dillingham, and the Shadow was, of course, Shadow was radio shows and strips. Doc Savage was pulps. Shadow wasn't strips; he was pulps and a radio show. So by the time comic books come around, there was all kind of stuff. Superman was partially based. Originally, he was supposed to be a villain character, but then eventually, when he was turned into a hero, he's very much based on Doc Savage. But more importantly, a book called by Philip Weil called, I believe it was called Man God. No, that was the Marvel adaptation. It was called Gladiator, actually, and it was a pulp. And Siegel and Schuster pretty much based. They've admitted it. I mean, it wasn't even. They've admitted it that Superman was kind of based on Gladiator and elements of Doc Savage. So by the time Superman and Batman showed up, even they were very derivative of some other things. But what makes Superman the numero uno superhero is they took him and they decided, well, he's like those guys. He has the superpowers, but they thought, let's put him in a costume. There have been this sort of, the Shadow had a look. Doc Savage had sort of a look. These characters had sort of a look, but this will make him like, since he's strong, like the circus strongman was the inspiration for Superman's costume. So that makes him the numero uno comic book superhero by just a bit, because he had a costume and he had superpowers. So just sorry about all that. I could just because people ask that a lot, Doc Fortune, what's up, buddy? People do wonder, where these characters come from and stuff. And, even as far back as then, Michael, characters were derivative in some ways. But we weren't, around at that point. So when we grew up, they were already well established and we love them. And that's the way it is, right?
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better.
And I love them. And I love these characters. I love Superman. We're going to celebrate his birthday tomorrow, everybody. He doesn't get a birthday, but once every 4 years. And I would just ask you, Michael, let's see, what was because we talked about your movies. What was the first time you saw Superman in a comic book? Do you have any idea close when that might be?
Yeah. There was a pre-John Byrne relaunch, pre-Crisis Superman. It was a hardbound book, but it was compiling in comic book art. It was a comic book inside. It was the origin of Superman. It was Superman's origin story told in a Bronze Age continuity or format, whatever you want to call it. And that was the first time. That was at my elementary school library, and I would
cool.
That out.
Was it a book format or was it a comic?
Yeah, it is a comic. In other words, it's comic art and panels inside, but it's a thin hardbound, almost like reader book. Like it's
yeah. Okay, sure. I've had that. I think. Was it a big book, a big Superman book, or?
I mean, I would say that it was the same general size as your average comic book. Yeah, it was true to size, but it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably recognize it if I saw it again.
Sure.
But that was I was aware of Superman obviously as being a comic book character, but I hadn't picked up any Superman books as a kid. I was, for some reason, the first comic books I read was Larry Hama's G.I. Joe. It was very popular in the 80s, But I read that book from my elementary school library, several times, and then when I got you know, we moved to England in 1990, and that was when I picked up some Superman at the newsagent, because the newsagents there would carry a small selection of American comics. It was always kind of a grab bag. You didn't know what they would have from month to month. But they had some Superman, they had some Spider-Man. That was when I started kind of dabbling in those. And there was and obviously this was post-crisis, but the first Superman comic I actually bought was it was like part 2 or 3 of the Blaze Satanus War or something like that. And I still have that copy of like I still have my copy of that, because it's my first Superman comic I ever bought with my own money. And then I collected it for a long time. Like I collected Superman.
Yeah, you did. I remember you had those boxes you used to
Yeah.
you gave away, remember?
Well, right. The ones I kept, of course, were everything I owned that was pre-crisis I kept.
Okay, cool.
I got rid of, so I still have my box of pre-crisis Superman. But I successfully collected and caught up with everything from the John Byrne relaunch, with all titles unbroken, with all one-shot specials, all the way from 1986 to 2007. And that was
Nice.
a lot of comics. Like that was a lot of comics.
Nice.
And I'd read them all. You know, because as a teenager, I was collecting. After we got back from England, I collected everything through the death and, you know, Return of Superman, and then quite a while after that, and then I stopped. But then I filled in all those gaps, and so I ended up collecting tons of Superman. And then I needed to pare down because we were moving, and I wasn't buying Superman anymore, because the comic book, frankly, as you know, Mike, it just repeated the same storylines every 6 months, and it was, the cover price was increasing, and the stories weren't good, and they were doing at that point in the 2000s was trying to ride on, you know, artists that were trendy that would do like 12-issue runs, and then they'd be gone. So
writing for the trades.
Yeah, or they get like a cover artist to do like a number of covers for like a few months or whatever. It was weak. And my original love was always, I had also in high school I had collected a number of the archive editions. So I had Golden Age Superman, who I loved. Siegel and Schuster's Superman. Like that was, Siegel and Schuster Superman to me is like it's like Chester Gould's Dick Tracy. It's just, it's such good stuff. And so I was buying, I had like 4 or 5 volumes of that. And I had my pre-crisis comics. It was a grab bag of pre-crisis, but it spanned a lot of different decades and eras. I obviously, unless you're a millionaire, you're not going to have a complete pre-crisis run of Superman. But I had a number of the trades. I had the archive editions, and I had my substantial box of pre-crisis. And I thought, you know what? I was like, this is the real Superman to me. I don't need to be carrying around these other boxes anymore. I'm never going to reread these. I don't know. So I pulled my very first issue of Superman that I bought. It was an Action Comics issue, and it was the Blaze Satanus War part whatever. I pulled that out of there to keep, and then I just gave away the boxes because I tried to sell them many times, and I could never find any takers, and I wasn't charging a lot. And finally, I just said, you know what? There's this guy that's helping us move. He's part of the moving company. He's he's blown over that he's seen these comics sitting there in these big long boxes. And I said, hey man, if you want them, you can have them. And he was like, what? And I'm like, yep. So I kept all my pre-crisis stuff. And nice. And I still have all of my Superman media. So like I have my Superman complete, you know, George Reeves and Kirk Allen DVD collections. I have all the Lois and Clarks on DVD, the official sets. And I've had them for years and years. I have, of course, all the different iterations of Superman the movie and the 4 films. I've probably got a Blu-ray copy of Superman Returns laying around somewhere. So I've kept all that stuff, and I've got the animated series and the Max Fleischer shorts,
Nice.
and I've got the Ruby Spears cartoon. I've got all the Super Friends on DVD. I did a whole video about sorting that out.
I love that video. This is one of my favorites, man. I love it.
Yeah, that was like after I got all that done, and then I was like, wait a second, you'd have to like chart this, and so I'm like, all right, I'm going to chart this. This is insane.
That you gotta. That video is incredible. You guys got to see that one.
Yeah, with the animated chart.
Oh my goodness!
I look back on videos like that. I'm like, man, if I thought I had to do an animated chart these days, I probably just wouldn't do the video. I don't know if I've gotten old and lazy, or if it's just like the fire's dying in me. But no, yeah, I look back on videos like that. I'm like, man, young Michael needs to teach old Michael some new tricks. But
it was great, amazing.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I've kept all of my Superman media, and I've kept my pre-crisis comics, and of course I have like my Superpowers action figures and my Superman statue, and I've still got a lot of my Superman stuff, but I wasn't going to lug around those long boxes of what are effectively at this point. I know this sounds bad. I know this really sounds bad. I'm going to sound like a douche for saying this, but to me, I came to the realization that as enjoyable as some of the post-crisis storylines were on occasion and on rare occasion, and as much as Superman as a character for a long time wasn't negatively affected as a persona, I started to see the post-crisis Superman comics as fan fiction. And I know that sounds like really like persnickety, but I was just like, I don't hate them, but I'm not going to read them anymore. And I'm certainly not going to collect anything current. So I might as well just go back, go back to the source. And that's where I'm happy. So,
well, it's interesting that you say that, because the other night, anyone pop in? Okay, the other night on Monday night, my good buddy Ace Castarn joined me, and we did a comic book review. I don't know if you remember this from the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. This was the murder of my Superboy. See, I'm someone. But Ace and I both feel this way. I love Superboy. Obviously, I love Superman. Superboy. When I first discovered Superman, of course, it was I think my very, very earliest exposure was probably the Lou Scheimer Filmation cartoon of the early 60s. But that was followed up by, I think we started getting reruns of the George Reeves show. Reeves show, the later Super Friends. Then of course I remember what my first time I held anything to do with any kind of comic book at all with Superman, and it was I think there was a couple of issues of a comic, but I'm pretty sure I do remember more vividly Superman from the 30s to the 70s, which was a hardcover book that had some chapters were black and white, most of it, but they had some color bits as well, and had all the early stuff in there, and had all stuff from all eras. That's how I really started learning about Superman. And I've always, and of course later getting comics, I've just always loved, I'm a big Legion of Superheroes fan, of course. But I love Superboy in the Legion. I love that he was Superboy. Yes, it's true that Superboy didn't start out as Superboy in the initial origin. It was around like 1949 that they introduced him, but it was way before my time. So I loved that he was Superboy and he had a super dog and he had lived in Smallville and all that stuff, and before he ever became Superman. I know that's one of the early retcon things ever, possibly, I guess, because it was still Golden Age at that point, but they just gone back and made that happen. So I loved him. And of course, he grew over the years throughout into the Bronze Age. And then I hate John Byrne's reboot. You know that. In this, it was decided. Now, John Byrne has, by the way, I have whatever issues I have with him. And in my opinion, he wrote some good Star Trek comics and wrote some good FFs here and there. But And in his work on X-Men, he was a good writer. Sometimes when he was working with someone else, but I never thought he was all that great of a writer. RJ Godzilla, what's up, buddy? So DC had decided, and this is weird because Crisis, hey, Matthew Pounder, good to see you, man. And Darth, is Darth here? Hello, Darth, good to see you. So, after Crisis, they were so screwed up. See, I thought Crisis was a bad idea because it wasn't done because they thought it would be an interesting story. It was done to, quote unquote, straighten out continuity. Hey, Tucky Toaster, what's up? Which didn't need to be straightened out. I perfectly understood continuity as a fan. Earth 1 or 2 or 3, in other words, there were multiple Earths. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no problem with it. But Jeanette Kahn thought she wanted Earths merged and all this other kind of crap. And so she, a lot of characters were wiped out of existence, as you know, with Crisis. And then after that, she did it. After that, they retconned Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman again. Right after it, because the ones that survived Crisis were not the same one that Byrne did, the one that Perez did with Wonder Woman, or that Miller did with Batman Year One. They were totally different. So I'm like, why? The Man of Steel series from 1986, July the 4th, it debuted, as a matter of fact. That was Byrne's radically new Superman, who was depowered, and John Byrne arrogantly uttered the words, "Nothing ever happened to Superman unless I say so."
Right.
So in other words, if he didn't like it, it didn't happen. He wasn't just going to say it; he was going to excise it from continuity.
Right.
And DC, just said, "Yeah, obviously, he now with our new continuity, it doesn't make sense to have Superboy because he was never Superboy, and he's not as powerful, and he did this, that. But we're keeping the Legion title, so we got to find some way to, take him out of the continuity." So they came up with this story, which pisses me off and yet makes me sad because it was a very bittersweet, sad, but wonderfully heroic ending for the character. If you're going to destroy him and throw him in the garbage, at least give him a good way,
Mm-hmm.
give him a good send-off. Unlike, this is like the anti-Han Solo ending, because Han Solo, thanks to Harrison Ford, went out like a punk bitch.
Right.
Superboy went out like a hero saving the planet. And he, and still it hurt because I loved him so much growing up with the character.
Right.
And it was very touching ending. But one of the things I observed through this, because it's been a while since I've gone back and read Byrne's Superman drivel, and I've had a lot of people over the years that I've argued with this about this who love this. And look, a lot of people were younger. You were younger than me back then by a few years, and you liked the Superman reboot Byrne did. I don't hold any animosity towards you, but I hate it.
Right.
And some of the defenses I've heard of it over the years were for some people that said, well, look, I was a Marvel guy, and I never really liked Superman and DC that much, but I liked Burns because he turned him into a Marvel character. Well, I said, well, good for you. Superman is not supposed to be that.
Yeah.
In other words, they wanted him to be flawed, and they wanted him to be, the idea of their ideal of a Marvel character was Peter Parker. Hell, even the way Marvel wrote him, and various other Ben Grimm and all these other, whom I love all of them, by the way.
Right.
And DC did have characters that were like that. Later, when they were written by a lot of the same writers wrote. There's not that big of a difference between Marvel and DC when you get down to it in the 70s and 80s, because it blurred together because a lot of the same people were writing the characters. But they wanted to basically, in a sense, turn Superman into a more flawed human with the superpowers, and flawed, and he acted. If you read, this story was sandwiched by two issues of Legion, but in the middle were the Superman and the Action title, where this was relatively early on in Byrne's run. And Byrne, if you read the way Byrne, I hadn't read it in a while, right? So when I went back and reviewed this and read it the other day, Byrne's characterization of Superman is horrific to me. And I hated it back then. Now I haven't read it in a long time. I realize how much I hate it now. I love seeing Superboy beat the crap out of him.
Right.
He's arrogant. He doesn't talk like Superman. He doesn't act like Superman. He doesn't, he's not, of course, Byrne depowered him. And he acts like and talks like John Byrne.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting to go back and see that because it's been a while. Now, people love it and swear by that reboot, and that, everyone's experience is very different when these things come out. So, whatever. But to me, this is why I hate the Burn Yuppie Superman. He is not my Superman. He's not. He's arrogant. He's full of himself. And in the next issue after this story, he films you can't say the P-O and or word, Prono, an adult film with Big Barda. Yes, that filth bag John Byrne actually did that in a comic, having Superman and an adult and filming like an adult movie with Big Barda. So he could go screw. But, look, he said Byrne had his critics even back in the 80s. Yeah, I was one of them. Still am. So, I don't know. That was a terrible take on Superman, and it stuck for a long time. Eventually, I didn't like him through the 90s either.
Yeah.
Eventually, along the way, a couple other writers kind of brought him back to at least acting like Superman to an extent. So, just wondering, I was just telling you that basically this, I don't know if you ever read this one, but it is interesting. You never get a chance to read it.
All those comics right there, I'm pretty certain I read those. Because I see Byrne's artwork. Yeah, so I would have owned those and read through them. And I do vaguely remember Superboy being killed. So
the greatest hero of them all. But anyway, this is an emotional comic for both of us. But we loved it. We hated it and loved it at the same time. It was at least it's sort of like, that loved one is being taken from you, but at least you got to say goodbye. It was one of those type of deals.
Right.
And because he meant a lot to us. And we weren't, I guess we're being silly, but we love Superboy. And again, what's interesting about all that is Byrne himself regrets it now. Which is something I get. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's done it on a number of occasions. Which is something, right?
Yeah.
People make mistakes, I guess, right?
Well, even Frank Miller has said that he wishes that he said something to the effect of he wished that, was it Frank Miller or Alan Moore? One of them said
Alan Moore and Frank Miller. I hadn't heard him repent too much.
Okay, so Alan Moore was the one that said he wished that his books hadn't had the influence that they had on the industry.
And now he hates them, though. He was gone off the deep end, but yeah. But yeah, I'm just saying, as someone who hated what Byrne did, going back and reading a few of them, it didn't make me change my mind on his take on Superman. I hate it because, remember, this is a guy in interviews before he took over Superman. He was asked in interviews, what would you do with Superman? And would you he was asked when he was still at Marvel, what Super DC character would you like to do? He said Superman. And he said, really? Why? I said, oh man. He said, I love Superman the movie by Richard Donner so much. I saw it a zillion times. It's my favorite. I love it. And they said, well, what would you do with him? I would adapt that movie and go from there. Well, if that's the case, remember the first issue of his stupid Man of Steel reboot?
Yeah.
What is Superman? Clark Kent is playing football.
Yep.
Does anyone remember the scene in Superman the movie when he says, one thing I do know, son, is that you are here for a reason.
Yep.
I don't know whose reason or what the reason is, but I do know one thing. It's not to score touchdowns.
Yep.
And here this guy who can't be tackled, is playing football. And it's like, it was moronic. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing when I bought that. I bought it to give it a chance.
Yep.
Even though he said some stupid shit. And I'm like, sure. Patrick asks, are they making an animated Crisis on Infinite Earths? Yes, Patrick. I've already seen part one. It's in 2 parts. And it's, in my opinion, it was the first part was awful. I wasn't disappointed because the DC animated movies have been kind of bad for a while, in my opinion. You might like it. It's out there now, and part 2 is coming out in April. I did not like it, Patrick, personally, but like I said, people should always try for themselves. You might. I do also know that Crisis on Infinite Earths, if you're familiar with facsimile comics that are coming out now, they're doing a facsimile of every issue. Facsimile books that they're doing in the stores now. I don't know if you're familiar, Michael. They're like, they do these things called facsimiles of older good comics because no one likes new comics and crap.
Right.
And they're like a $4, $5 version of the old comic, and it has ads and everything, just like the old comic, but on slicker paper. It's like a complete facsimile of some classic comics, which is pretty cool. They're nice.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is, and they're doing that with Crisis. So, let's see here. But anyway, well, I'll ask you one thing. I know it's getting late, man. I don't want to keep you too much later, but I mean, I want to ask because again, like I say, you love the character, but do you have? You mentioned Jerry Siegel. Who do you have a favorite definitive Superman artist, or multiple ones?
Yeah, I do. I first of all, I do love the Golden Age artwork. As simplistic as it is of its time, and I really do love the Golden Age artwork because before I was reading Golden Age Superman, I've always been a 1930s pulp hero kid. I was that kid, and so I was reading Chester Gould, Dick Tracy. In fact, Chester Gould, Dick Tracy were the first comics that I sought out after I got burnt out on GI Joe. So when I dove into Golden Age Superman, it was like it was like being in that world. It was for me. It was like slipping into that same pair of shoes. But as far as like definitive artists that are my favorite, I'm giving it to Kurt Swan and Jose Garcia Lopez because there's something about. I know this is going to sound really dumb, but I don't know how else to describe it. There's something about the way that Kurt Swan managed in that Bronze Age era.
Mm-hmm.
He was the only guy who could perfectly draw the way Superman's cape draped on him when he was standing still. And it was when you were looking at him from the back over his shoulder, there was just this way he did it where the cape kind of like came up on the back of his neck and stuff, and that yellow S was back there. I've never seen another artist do that. And he did it consistently. Just, that was Superman to me growing up. Like that was, when people say, "Oh, Superman to you growing up was a little fold on the back of his cape behind his neck." It's like, no, that's just the indicator that Kurt Swan knew how to draw that whole package. He knew exactly how to do that. And as you can see from the slide you just pulled up, his style really evolved from back in the 50s and 60s, and there's some pretty beefcake looking Supermen in that era. But for me, the 70s 80s Superman that Kurt Swan drew is just so seminal. Like it's just. And then the other one I like, of course, is Garcia Lopez, and his work on the 83 DC Style Guide was just incredible. I mean, the guy just knew how to capture all of those heroes.
He's perfect.
It's little wonder. It's little wonder that his artwork was what made it onto the Superpowers action figure cards.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I love him.
Yeah.
Hey Darth, by the way, good to see you. And Drew G, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. And Larry's here. Your Muslim uncle, what's up, buddy? He said, "Hey, it's Michael from Retroblasting." It surely is. I'm glad it's here. Good to see you, buddy. And Larry, yo, dude. What's it? Do you guys review Image comics? Just wondering, says Darth. I don't not review them, but I haven't really lately, or I haven't done any. But I'm not opposed to it. But yeah,
I'm feeling compelled of late to eventually do a retrospective on Danger Girl, because I had an unexpectedly cool interaction with J. Scott Campbell the other day. So,
oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, I found out that J. Scott Campbell on Twitter quote tweeted my video about the deterioration of Indy's costume, Indiana Jones. And he quote tweeted it to Adam Hughes and Mark Ratz and somebody else. I can't remember. And he was telling them, he said, quote, "Guys, this is a master class on everything that my brain was picking up on about why Raiders of the Lost Ark is superior, but I wasn't seeing it consciously. Like this guy was literally," and I was like blown away. I thanked him for, sharing my video, and he came back and when I thanked him for the video, I told him at the same time, I was like, I was always a big fan of Danger Girl because it was such a keystone entry in the adventure genre. And he was like, oh wow. And he actually when he wrote back, because you think you'll get lucky enough when you send a reply like that you'll get a heart, or something, and that'll be about it. He actually replied back, and he was like, wow. He goes, coming from somebody of your clear taste, he said, you have, meaning he was referring back to, I guess, the work I'd done on that Indiana Jones video. He said, you're clearly a man of taste, so that's high praise coming from you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed Danger Girl. I really enjoyed making it. And I was like, damn, what a cool interaction.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I'm kind of feeling like I should probably do a retrospective on Danger Girl, because
that's nice. Yeah, he'd love that, man.
Yeah. So
that's pretty damn cool. And welcome to the chief engineers here, folks. The great.
Hey, everyone. Yep.
Hey.
Fun hanging out in the chat. Great discussion tonight.
Christopher Breeze. Hello there, Christopher. I don't think I've seen Christopher before. Keely Chow, roll that tide, buddy. Was it could not be reached, says Burns Krypton had an effed up fashion. I hate Burns Krypton. Well, and by the way, Kal-El, I agree. There's nothing worse than Bendis. However bad Superman's Burns' bad was Bendis is filthy. Oh, he's horrible. I'm with you there, buddy. But it doesn't excuse Burn. But no, I understand what you're saying. What was I gonna say, Michael? Do you have? That's one thing about. Even though I love, how much I love the Donner. I wasn't too big on Crystal Krypton either. I kind of like the old Buck Rogers Krypton, as we used to call it.
Yeah. The antiseptic Krypton was just a little.
Yeah, I kind of like the Buck Rogers. It was fine. It's not as bad as Burns. Well, Burns was awful though.
Oh, No, I was sorry. I apologize. I was referring to Burns when I said that. Sorry.
Yeah. But I mean, the Crystal Krypton, the Donner one. It was fine. I don't hate it. You know what I'm saying? But I like the comic book version of Krypton better. I mean, I remember, but a geek's gonna geek, right?
Crystal Krypton just always raised the question of how exactly do these people live here?
Yeah, they don't.
They all had man caves.
Yeah, it's like I don't see any kitchens. I don't see any food. I don't see any utensils. I don't see a
no
toilet.
blue milk.
I don't understand this place.
Yeah.
It was clearly designed to visually wow rather than be logical. And to me, I was like, well, yeah, I'm still a fan of the golden age classic Krypton.
We called it Buck Rogers Krypton.
Yeah.
Well,
they didn't have superpowers either. So, that Fortress of Solitude, you can kind of see Superman in the movies going there, but it's not very not very comforting, right? So of course he did have the room with Lois, I guess, up there.
He had to make one, I guess, but it's just, I don't know, it's a nitpick, but in the original the origin, the first episode of the Adventures of Superman with George Reeves, they basically, Jor-El's wearing the costume that Buster Crabbe wore in the Flash Gordon serials, I think.
Oh,
I think he actually really is. I'm wearing that. I mean, it's
wow.
So I could be wrong, but I've read that somewhere, and I think that was in the old book Superman serial. But so I kind of like that. Again, that stuff like that really is just a nitpick, because it's fine the way it looked in the movie. I got used to it, but I remember as a kid, one of the first things I was like, "That's Krypton." What the?
It's all white, yeah.
What the hell? It's all whitey and stuff. It's like weird. Okay, but it's better than Burns' stupid ass Krypton with. Oh God, he wasn't even in a rocket ship. The baby was in like this stupid gestation, like it almost seemed like he was ingesting like ton of some kind of gobbledygook, and it's like almost. Of course, it was even worse with Man of Steel, but we won't go there. So I don't know. Can't it just be a rocket ship? It's a rocket ship, goddammit.
Well, I wanted to show this to see if you guys had seen if Retroblasting has seen this. So, or if you know if this is any good.
I saw it in a toy store in person the other day. Obviously, it was in the
Really?
box. Yeah. The thing that's keeping me away from it is just the price tag. I
Yeah,
can't
90
afford
bucks.
that. You know.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm glad they did it.
Was it more than that?
Well,
At
it
the
was
store- at the store?
it was right around there. Yeah, yeah. It was that price.
Because then we see it the other day, Clobberin Times for about $50 somewhere.
I thought we did see it. Didn't you show me one where it
It
was,
was
like
on
50?
Amazon for 50. Yeah, I'll check Amazon. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, 90 is pretty steep, and I'm guessing this is all cardboard. I mean, it looks extremely cool, but I was just
How did
wondering
it look in
if-
person? Or if you saw it?
it's I think that is cardboard, but at least they went to the effort of trying to give you an environment.
Yeah. So it comes with Clark and Superman.
And Lois, it looks
Obviously,
like, too,
and
right?
Lois.
Yeah, right now on Amazon, it's $64.99.
It's not
Not
too
horrible.
terrible considering how much freaking normal figures are. I mean, dude, they're getting crazy with the
I know.
McFarlane figures and the and the Legends figures now.
Yep.
But they're like $30 for
30
normal
bucks.
Legends
Yeah.
figures.
Yeah, it's I finished picking up the D&D figures. I saw your review of them. I haven't taken them out of the box yet, so I'm hoping mine are decent. I'm gonna do an unboxing. But I finally picked up, well, except for the Dungeon Master. I'm still
Yeah.
waiting to try to find. I think I can find that on eBay now for around $30 plus shipping, but it's damn, it's expensive. But
I know, because you have to pay for the shipping on Venger too.
shipping. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's like, do I want to? But my brother-in-law has a good friend that works for Hasbro. He still works for Hasbro, so once in a while I can he'll get me a gift through there that I can get the Hasbro discount. Of course, Hasbro's not doing so well, as you've illuminated too. So he survived that round of layoffs. But wow, the action
Yeah.
figure business, I don't know if I'd want to get into that right now. But
Working for Hasbro right now is like Squid Game. Like it's ridiculous.
yeah.
RRT and Z, thank you for the super chat, my friend. That you are too generous. I appreciate that. He says, serious Superman question. In that case, if you're gonna go serious on me, I'm gonna have to do this. Where is that? I was in the wrong spot. If you're gonna ask a serious question about where'd I put you? I hate when I miss. Oh, there it is.
Superman.
It says, on many occasions, Superman has been described as having a dense molecular structure. Well, he certainly did in the movie. As such, shouldn't he have some super strength and vulnerability under a red sun? Thoughts? Well, I think no, I don't think so. Just it's the yellow sun. Remember, they even said it's the yellow sun that does it. So I don't think so, but I don't know.
Well, maybe, that would mean that maybe Kryptonians are stronger than Earthlings just in general, but wouldn't be maybe superpowers, but maybe would be, kind of like Vulcan is stronger than
humans wouldn't be strong
than a
on
human.
Krypton.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe, but
all I know is when we're having a blast reading these old reviewing Legion on J-Man's channel, and we're in the Superboy Legion. And all I know is it's the 30th century, and everything is made of kryptonite because they got kryptonite under every rock. That's their excuse for Superboy to be hurt. I recently bought some Mezco 5 points. I will say their figures are top notch, but the prices are high, and the cardboard playsets are subpar. Ah, okay. Damn.
still, it's a great idea for a set. But thank you for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
these are 5 1/4, or no, 3 3/4 figures, I guess, right? Or
Let's see. Yeah, 3 3/4 inch. Yeah, which
That would
means
make-
that they might scale, with your Star Wars figures from back in the day.
This is something we could kind of close up with because that's a good thing that I wanted to ask you this and I forgot to write it down. So good on Oliver Belamonte. I want to talk to you a little bit about something coming up in the future. He says there's a strong possibility James Gunn might adapt the S logo from the Kingdom Come comics for the Superman Legacy. That's not what I want to talk to you about so much, just because I hope he doesn't do that. I love the Kingdom Come logo, but it doesn't belong in that movie. But
Right.
what are your thoughts on that movie? About it, they just started filming. I don't know. We haven't talked about it yet, so I don't wonder if you have any, like, just basic, thoughts about it so far.
I don't have any faith. I don't have any faith in the ability of modern Hollywood writers to do these franchises anymore.
Right. Same here. Max, hey Max. Yeah.
And Warner Brothers, they haven't been able to get their DC universe right ever. Like it's been a schizophrenic mess from the get-go. So, the last time I heard something, it was J.J. Abrams doing it, and that was before Zaslav took over the company. And then after that, James Gunn took over the DC cinematic universe, and he was going to do something with Superman, and it goes on and on and on and on. And I'm just like, you know what?
Well, they're filming now. They just started.
And is it I assume it's James Gunn with Abrams not involved?
No, Abrams is out. I mean, he's it's surprising, and a very surprising thing for Hollywood. Somebody finally got the memo on Jar Jar Abrams, because they gave that asshead like $500 million or whatever, something crazy like that.
What?
And
he's done nothing, right?
To do nothing. He's got zero made. That was Warner. He's the one that wanted to do a Superman movie with Ta-Nehisi Coates scumbag, and he was and all this other stuff. Well, clearly that ain't happening, because they just hired James Gunn, and there was a cast photo the other day. They have started filming the other day. That they're shooting for a 2025 summer release. So that for better or worse, that movie's happening. And I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would just say that Gunn's done some things I like and some things I don't like. I don't have any. It's not. I think he knows comics, but some of the things he's talked about, his plans are just nutty, and not. Right. And that doesn't mean he can't. Here's the thing that's key about this. Doesn't mean he's not a talented filmmaker, or he can't do it right. It's just, is he willing to do it right? And I was just wondering if you had any, because I don't have any hope at all, because I'm not going to have any, but I'm going to give him a shot. But
this is the sad situation we're all in now, which is we have to say to ourselves out loud, we have to hear ourselves say out loud, well, if I had to pick between James Gunn and J.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Like, that's like,
that's easy for me though, because
that's I know it's easy for me too, but at the same time, it's like saying, in any average like election these days, it's like, oh, these are our choices, that we couldn't find anybody else. Like, this is your choices, right. And so that's the way the Hollywood directors are these days, creators. It's like, wow, so my choices were James Gunn or J.J. Abrams. I mean, I know which one I have to pick for the slimmest of chances that this will be watchable, but I'm still not happy about it.
It's like that line in Endgame where what's past Gamora asks, what's her name, after she kicks Star-Lord in the nuts, which was stupid. I was really with him, because it was either him or a tree. Yeah. Which I hate that scene, but I'm saying sounds like that. It's like,
no, you're 100% correct. Like, it is. I don't know. The DC CU, whatever they call that thing. It's never
DCPU.
Yeah. It's never found its footing ever. It's never made sense. They've never dialed in on a strategy or a tone or a plan or a pathway or whatever. They started out this venture with the biggest mistake they could have made, which is, hey, let's get Zack Snyder and give him like complete control over this. And that blew up in their face real fast. And then after that, they've just been stumbling around in the dark with bandages over their eyes. Like, they have no idea what to do or where to go, to the point that you can't even get a straight answer out of somebody as to what movies count versus which ones are worth seeing. That's why I laughed in the face of that guy that I told you about, Mike, the one who tried to tell me that The Flash was really good because it had good visuals, and I told him, I said, between Flash and Aquaman 2, why is anybody going to see these movies when this alleged universe is over? Like, this whole thing is done. These things will have no impact on anything anymore. This whole thing is pointless because this entire misguided, misconceived spate of movies over the last decade accomplished nothing and went nowhere, to the extent that they have brought in a Marvel guy, meaning Marvel MCU guy with James Gunn, to finally hopefully solve their problems to their satisfaction and get this thing back on its feet with a completely redone, reimagined cinematic plan. So why can't we just throw these movies on streaming and never bring them out on disc again under the brand of the Snyder shitverse or whatever, and just let it be on, I don't know. I put it in the cinematic oubliette. Like, it's just, this was all a big mistake. This whole series of movies is that photo album that you hope that your parents never pull out for guests. Like, that's what they are now.
Yeah, because they kept trying to copy the success of Marvel with all the intertwined movies, but they never took the time to give you those great stories with those characters that we love, and it was just like a hodgepodge that didn't make sense. And and Amazing Spider-Man 2 did the same kind of thing. Sony, where they just try to throw all the Sinister Six, on the screen, the member berries, and that was probably one of the worst superhero movies I've seen. Although I did manage to find a copy of Madam Web, and I skimmed through it, and unbelievable, like you guys were talking about before. Sydney Sweeney and the superhero, they're in it for, it's a flashback about 5 seconds, just showing them in the future. And I'm spoiling a movie you should never watch, but it just, how could they be that stupid not to have at least the as you said, the characters? These guys don't know what they're doing in these studios. You've got this great IP, and they're flailing, and they're losing a ton of money. So I mean, we'll see what James Gunn does. I mean, I compare it to Sam Raimi. When Sam Raimi got hired to do Spider-Man, I was like, what? Are they gonna have Sam Raimi? And he did pull it off with the first 2 movies. So we'll see what. I don't have a lot of faith in James Gunn either, with his sense of humor and style doing Superman, but I'm hoping he is true to the character at least.
Right.
Well, Lasher, hello Lasher, welcome. Good to see you. Let's see, could not be reached. Good to see. I think I saw you earlier. Sorry about that. Gunn and Snyder are normies. That's the problem. I don't know about Gunn. Gunn does know comics. I mean, right. He's proven that. He likes the obscure stuff. My problem with Gunn is simply that he's got too many flaky ideas. Just if they would, he came out and announced like this big, this spate of these things he wanted to do, and some of them make no. Doing Superman first makes sense. Whether it's good or not, beside the point. That makes sense. Some of the other crap he wants to do, he wants to adapt. Personally, by the way, reason why I have faith issues with these people is because Tom King is on the writing staff. Holy shit. So he's an idiot writer at DC who is one of the worst. Anyway, so he's crap, and he's on the writing staff. He wants to adapt. He says he's wants to do a Supergirl movie. I'm like, well, I don't know if we need to worry about right now. He's just worried about Superman. But no, he announced all these other things, including a Supergirl movie. Did he say just a Supergirl movie? No, he wants to adapt a comic book from a few years ago called Supergirl, the Woman of Tomorrow, which is a piece of. I mean, I never read it until when I heard it was announced. So I went and took a look at it, and it's bad. I mean, it's like, what? Why do you want to make a movie out of that? Because James Gunn is a nut. That's why he is a nut. So I can't really trust him. I agree, Drew G. Tom King is a joke, and this is he's they keep coming out with reports of new casting for this Superman movie. They've got like 15 superheroes already in it that are cast. Like Nathan Fillion's playing Guy Gardner. They've cast Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl. They just cast, and a few other people. I mean, they're looking like 4 or 5 so far, maybe 6 or 7. I'm going, wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be like the first movie? What are these? And even if they're just, hey, Cringe Twofer. How do you say that name? Welcome.
Cringe Topher.
Yeah, Fringe Topher. Okay, there you go. Cringe Topher. Tom King is on the staff. Looks like future me is saving bucks. Yeah, exactly. Tom King sends people running. Yeah, there's another one. Tom King is a curse to comics. He sucks. Tom King is a joke. Yeah. Oh God, why? Why do you want that moron on your staff?
And all respect to Nathan Fillion, but isn't he a little old to be Guy Gardner?
Yes, he was. I mean, he was at least the voice of Hal Jordan, but so I don't get it. Why don't you just focus on Superman? And then another thing, I think it's going to be pretty modern day. Yeah, he's doing a show about Waller. I don't know, and the Authority, by the way. I don't know if you're familiar with the Authority, Michael. He's doing a movie about the Authority. He's going to put him in the DC universe. They don't belong in the DC universe.
Right.
And then someone just said, oh, here we go. Drew G. Thank you, Drew. I haven't seen this out there yet, but I'm not surprised. Says one of the actresses from Madam Web is playing Hawk Girl, probably the Kendra version, I guess, is bragging about the Superman movie being all about Lois and Supes is just a symbol, wow. And I've heard that I've heard some reports. I wouldn't be surprised if Lois is the girl boss and Superman is an idiot in the movie, by the way. Get ready for that.
Because that's happened to the Blade movie, right? When they had to redo Blade, they said,
yeah, did you hear about Blade? Yeah, the Blade movie they were going to make, and it was all about his daughter, because that's what people want to go see. They want to see Blade movie about his daughter, not him.
Yeah.
What? That's so modern day. Like, I think people liked Wesley Snipes' Blade. That's right, Metamorpho's in it too. What if one of those Wesley Snipes movies? I thought the third one was terrible, but hey, KBA, what if one of those had nothing to do with him and it was all about his daughter running around killing vampires? That would be great, wouldn't it? No. No. Spoiler alert, no. So, I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't understand what's wrong with these people. But yeah, James, if Gunn admires King's writing, I have to question his taste. This could not. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
They got to put you in charge of these movies, Clobberin Times, especially the new FF movie.
Yeah, I should be. Ezra Goldstein says, yes, it's true. Tom King is a former CIA agent. Well, I don't know if the word agent's right. Yes, he worked for the CIA, but he probably, cleaned the copy machines and shit or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he was like James Bond or anything, personally. I would go out on a limb and say he wasn't like a badass or any kind. Could just be me. Oh, so yeah, Michael, I don't think this movie's going to turn out that well. I was willing to give Gunn a chance, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm overall not interested in the DC cinematic universe at this point, and I haven't been for quite a long time. The last movie in the DC cinematic universe that I saw, and I don't even remember how I ended up seeing it. So that's not a good testament, right? I saw the Suicide Squad, the second one.
Yeah.
Which I know was James Gunn's entry into the DC cinematic universe, which again, and before that, the last thing I saw was either the second Venom movie or Shazam, and I wasn't really impressed with either of those. So, yeah, I'm just kind of...
Yeah, I've seen them all for some dumb reason, but you're not missing anything.
DC animated was the best for years. I would always...
They were good for a while, but they turned into crap now.
DC animated movies, yeah, but I just remember going to see Superman Returns years ago, and I happened to go walk into the movie theater, and it was sold out, and we saw the the plane rescue in the beginning, and then just standing in the person's like, oh, you can go to the next next movie starts in a half hour. And after the movie, I'm like, that was the only good scene in the whole movie.
Right.
They just left and gotten our money back. And I
Yep.
love Brandon Routh in the role, but what a they as you guys were saying earlier, they tried, but what a miss. I mean, in terms of the writing and the story, that was the huge problem there. But it's just miss after miss after miss these days, and Marvel was on such a streak. And I was just seeing too that Hasbro even sold their movie division that they paid what $4 billion for, so they're getting out of attempting to make movies. I think they had the rights to the Micronauts, which is one of my favorites. But
yeah, but you know what they sold it? They sold a $4 billion studio for $300 million.
Ouch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they also fired the entire staff from their most profitable product line, which was the Dungeons and Dragons Magic the Gathering division.
They fired everyone?
They
Wow.
fired, like, according to the people that are still there, it's like a ghost town. Like they fired more people than they kept. I'll put it that way.
Wow.
And everybody's like, why would a company be doing that with the one area of their business that was super profitable? And then also sell off an entire movie studio for pennies on their investment and still provide huge executive bonuses, like massive executive bonuses. Hasbro circling the drain, and Mattel is not far behind. Like this is late stage corporate think capitalism right here. I do not mean traditional capitalism. I mean corporatized capitalism. And it is, oh my God, I will roast marshmallows over their burning corpses. I really will.
Good.
So
hell with them.
Screwed up way too much lately.
Yep.
So,
oh my goodness. Yeah, bunch of garbage.
I mean, once in a while you get a decent figure, but there's just so many misses with what they do, and just cutting corners, and that whole, who thought it was a good idea to not put their figures in plastic bubbles? I mean, all the collectors that buy them, I mean, take most of my figures out and put them on the shelf, but there's a lot of people that just want to put them on the wall, and I do have a bunch that are like that, and those D&D figures would have been great to hang on the wall with that artwork and with in the bubble, and then sometimes people buy two then, so there's no point in buying two of the figures if you've got I can take this one out of the box, who cares, right?
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's I had an argument a few years ago with a former Mattel marketing director who tried to tell me live on an open debate that he wanted the debate, by the way, not me, that toy companies, the big toy companies, don't care about adult collectors. And I sat there and I was like,
what?
Yeah, I know, right? And I said, this guy doesn't have two brain cells to rub together. It's the reason he doesn't work at Mattel anymore. And I told him, I was like, so you're saying that both of these companies have started dedicated premium services to cater to adult collectors, Hasbro Pulse and Mattel Creations, and both of them have started crowdfunding projects that cater to high-end priced items, toy items for adult collectors, like the Sail Barge and all the other stuff. And Eternia was Mattel's big one. All that's for adults. You're going to sit there and tell me they don't care about us. And then, like, everybody, he's like, yeah. And I'm like, he was saying things like, everything you just said is wrong. He was that kind of arrogant asshole. So I'm like, all right, fine. So he gets off his, the debate's over, and his little tribe of Lord of the Flies Zeros do their,
I remember that.
They do their dance. They're like, guy Retroblasting got owned.
He got owned. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. So, and I had him on record during that debate. I pressed him, and he admitted it openly that he thought predatory business practices were a good thing. So, like, it's like, okay. So then, like, a few months later, MSNBC, I think it was actually like an Associated Press or Reuters story, but I saw it distributed on the MSNBC portal, and it outlined all these. It was this sort of like expose that talked to the toy industry and talked to all these CEOs and marketing people and all these various toy companies, and it was all about how the toy companies, the toy industry, is being kept afloat right now by targeting adult collectors. And I'm
Right.
like, and here we are, like, here we go. Because what the guy was telling me on the debate was, he was like, your lifetime of experience as a toy collector doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, oh, so I've been observing toy aisles every week of my life for 35 years, but what I see with my own eyes is not factual.
You could have used Clobberin Tom's favorite clip here.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
so like it's it was like I told him that. I said, so you're saying that everything I can observe with my own eyes isn't real, it's just an opinion in your mind? And he goes, yeah. Well, yeah, all right, I'll keep that in my back pocket.
But it's a very expert opinion.
Yeah, right. I'm an expert that can't get reemployed by the toy industry. So so these are the things that his hangers on don't like. I'm not good at math, and I can figure that one out. So
the equivalent of his every response was like, "No, you are."
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
you poopy head.
Like, he was very condescending. So now the industry has come out and said, yeah, we're adult collectors are super important. Like, and it's like, well, duh, you go into a toy aisle, and unless you're buying Hot Wheels or certain grade stage versions of Barbie in the thinner packaging, everything is for adults. Everything's priced for adults.
Yeah.
Target for adults. And now, the companies are actually imploding, 10 months after that article came out. It's like, well, and when I say the companies, I mean Hasbro, Mattel. The other companies are, they were already formally targeting adults and premium collectors anyway. That was their bend. So, and they have much lower volumes. But yeah, so like, guys like McFarlane are out there just eating Hasbro and Mattel's lunch right now, and even getting licenses from them. Like
yeah, how does that work? Is Hasbro's the license to say Superman? They're selling that, subletting that license to McFarlane, or is that?
Well, no. In that case, Mattel bungled the DC license, and so McFarlane came in and picked it up. He got the license in total. So he's got the license until he gives it up, or until Mattel wants to pull it. And in the background, Hasbro and Mattel are subletting their own licenses to other toy companies.
As they're such screw ups, basically.
Yeah. So they're like, yeah, even though we own G.I. Joe outright, we're going to let Super 7 make G.I. Joe toys. And it's like,
I was confused by, because in our industry we make hand tools, so sometimes you'll do private brand labeling where you let another company make the tool, and you get a cut of that. It's called private brand labeling in the tool industry. You have to obviously give the person permission, but I'm like, why would you do that in the toy? Hasbro's a $1 billion company, plus you can't afford to make your own toys or make your own molds. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
It is aggressively lazy. Like, and I feel like it's hiding something more dire, which is, when you are the biggest toy company in the world and you are sub-licensing your own owned IPs to other toy companies to make your shit, like, then there is a massive systemic problem going on behind the scenes with your people, and you just don't want anyone to know. And now,
100%. Yeah,
stock prices are plunging at Hasbro. They're laying off all these people. And when major IPs like DC Comics end up with an independent, That's why I want to look at that former Mattel marketing director and go, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure this out, and yet you're sitting here trying to gaslight everybody into believing like you're like that meme of the dog sitting there drinking coffee while the house burns down around him. No, everything's fine. It's like, no, it's not. It's not fine at all. And again, look, I don't care. I really don't care if Hasbro and Mattel go under. I really don't. What I'm frustrated about, the frustration you're hearing in my voice, is that people listen to guys like him and nobody's getting there faster. You want to look at everybody and go, get there faster. You can't possibly be this dim. And then it's like, oh, you are. All right. I'm going to go have black coffee and watch it burn.
Well, it's analogous to the movie studios, what they're doing now, I guess, in terms of, trying to make toys, and part of it doesn't help that some of the has not been, stellar in terms of, the Star Wars sequel, but you can still cater to the collectors and make, figures that we want. I mean, I did get the Hawkeye and Skyjet from that was pretty well done. A few issues with it, but
right.
Overall, a really nice figure. I gotta, hang it up, so it's flying from the ceiling now. But and Captain America, that 50th anniversary figure was very
20th one. Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a great one.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not saying that they don't occasionally, but with them continuing to gouge and raise the prices higher and higher on just a basic figure. And then so I'm working on a video right now called Widowmaker. And it's all about the progression, because what happened was, I won't bore you to tears with this, but what happened was, I am very selective about my Marvel Legends. I will buy, as Mike knows from doing the Pride of the X-Men video with me, I bought the ones to make the arcade game X-Men group. I got the ones to make my Amazing Friends group. And I like certain pre-Endgame MCU groups. So I was trying to get those, right? So I was putting all that together. And what I really wanted at first was I wanted a good Winter Soldier group. And then after that, I switched gears because I really liked all the Avengers. And I love Age of Ultron. I really love that movie. And so I was like, I'll do an Age of Ultron group for display instead, because then I can display all the Avengers rather than just the people who were in Winter Soldier, right? So I kind of shifted lanes and kept going. And I found that I was having to kit bash together from various figures first it was trying to kit bash together a good Winter Soldier Black Widow. Then I switched over and still had to do the same thing for the Age of Ultron Black Widow. I had the same problem. I ran into the same issue. So as I was, coming up last year with my final figure pre-orders, they finally announced that they were going to finally update Winter Soldier, Cap, and Black Widow, because those were some of the first movie Marvel Legends figures they had ever made back in the day. So they were those were old molds with old face sculpts, and they were going to finally update those so we could display them without, kit bashing things together. I was like, oh, cool. So I ordered 2 Black Widows because I was like, I'm going to have the one that's I'm going to, do up as Ultron, and the other one I'll have as Winter Soldier. And because she comes with 2 heads with the 2 hairstyles. Well, these things finally show up. I kid you not. I was aghast. I was like, wait a second. They nailed Scarlett Johansson's face when they did the Infinity War figure with the green vest. The face on that one, the face sculpt was bang on. And that face sculpt maintained itself all the way through. And we don't like to say this movie out loud too much. It's like saying Macbeth in a theater. The 2021 Black Widow action figures based on the movie maintained the quality of that face sculpt by and large. That face sculpt was still really decent. The movie was terrible, but hey, good face sculpts on clearance and fire sale because nobody wants the figures. Win-win. So, but I didn't buy those because I didn't need them. I'd already gotten the face that I needed from the Infinity War figure, right? So I wasn't buying all those interim figures. So I was waiting on this one. This thing shows up, and not only are is the entire 3/4 of the body recycled from the original figure, the Winter Soldier figure. So it's got guns molded in the holsters that you can't pull out like it was back in the day. The body looks, not, it doesn't have the same articulation. Doesn't have the corrected proportions. It's got all sorts of issues that I'll go into in the video, and I've already recorded the video. But the other thing was, the face printing technology was only supposed to be getting better and better and better and better. And yet, this Black Widow, which is ostensibly the last one they're going to ever issue, they didn't say that, but I can't imagine they would then go ahead and do others, because this is part of their Infinity Saga line, like their tribute to the MCU. This figure's face looks not like Scarlett Johansson. Here's how I would describe it. It looks like a bored, vampiric Christina Applegate.
Wow, weird.
Yeah,
weird.
So if Christina Applegate, who's a very attractive woman, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying she doesn't look like ScarJo. So I'm like, it looks like Christina Applegate if she was a bored vampire in Twilight. I'm like, what the hell? So I'm sitting there looking at this obsolete body because you got to remember, every ScarJo Black Widow Marvel Legends from the Infinity War figure on had working holsters. Now, sometimes she didn't come with guns, sometimes she came with those tasers, but she had working holsters for those accessories. And now all of a sudden they've gone back to, with this last one that was supposed to be an upgrade figure, they've gone back to an almost 10-year-old body.
Is this it?
That's it. And here's the thing. What you're seeing in that photograph and in that box is their prototype faces. So they look decent. But when you see the ones that I've got on camera, because I've got two,
it's horrible.
It's like, what's going on here? And frankly, I'm going to tell you something else. While that face in those renders doesn't look awful, it doesn't look anywhere near as close as the Infinity War head that went all the way through the Black Widow line. So, like,
how could you screw that up if you've already created something?
Because you are Hasbro.
I mean, we make a product, you just reorder the damn part again. You got the part. I mean, you don't recreate the wheel. And I understand, you're going to recycle some things so you can, obviously save money. And then other things you're going to do new. But if you've already got the head, it's the same scale. What's the point? You're saying the guns aren't removable either in the holster?
Right. So she comes with these Nerf looking blasters, like you just saw there in that other photo that she was holding. So she comes with guns that she holds while she has guns that can't be removed from the holsters on her legs permanently.
So they remove that removable holster. So this is
right. And those guns in person look ridiculous. They look like Nerf guns, the ones she's holding. So they don't look like anything from the movie either. But I'm telling you, that face right there, while not as good as the Infinity War face, looks 100% better than the face that shows up in the box.
Ouch.
The face that shows up in the box, I kid you not, it looks like, what if we cast Christina Applegate in a Twilight movie? And what if her major character trait is she's super bored?
Wow.
Yeah, like it's...
Wow.
And the reason I say
Especially
that...
you got it right before, too. I mean, why would you...
You didn't get it right before just once either. You kept getting it right through the Endgame figure, the Quantum Suit Endgame figure, and 2 Black Widow movie-based figures. So how did you then face plant on the last one? And I'm going into a detail on it because it's Black Widow. Black Widow is the case study that I'm framing everything around why Hasbro is in such a mess. In other words, she's the canary in the coal mine.
To
track all these issues that Hasbro continually has.
Yeah, there's no reason to screw something up that badly when you've gotten it right before.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just
crazy.
That's a lack of detail and lack of caring about your about your product.
And to answer San Lee's question about why is there a gap between her legs the size of a truck, that body is from 2015. or no, 2020, whenever Winter Soldier came out, was that 2014?
2014. Yeah.
That body's from 2014. That body is 10 years old this year. The only part of the body that's new is the upper torso, meaning her bust line and arms are new. So here's the funny part. The original action figures bust line and arms were actually more, pardon the expression, but proportionate to the actual ScarJo. Whereas this new bust line, it's like, wait a minute, you're using 3/4 of the old figure, but you gave her a smaller bust line.
Plastic's expensive these days.
Yeah. It's like the Salma Hayek Eternals figure. It's like, what did you do there? You literally gave her an inverted triangle torso. Like, what the hell? But they turned around and they did that, and you're going, okay, so to answer San Lee's question about the leg gap, okay, under the Infinity War figure, if you took the vest off, you had a brand new figure underneath in the black jumpsuit. Now, her upper torso was thinned down deliberately because they had that vest accessory over it, and they didn't want the vest to look weird. They wanted it to look correct on the figure, if that makes sense, so that everything stayed visually correct for what it looks like when someone's wearing a combat vest like that. But then they took that same figure without doing a single thing to it. They put a different head on it, and they made it the end of Endgame figure for ScarJo, right? That's the 2015.
Is that the original?
That's the original. So you can see why people wanted a face update on it. But you can also see that the upper torso is far more like comic book
Scarlet.
Scarlet, yeah, ScarJo. So but the lower body of it, from under her breasts all the way down, they recycled for this latest figure, even though that's 10 years old. And her legs have more in common with Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman outfit than they do ScarJo's. So the Infinity War ScarJo figure, the whole body had been redone. So even though the upper torso was custom sculpted for a vest to go over it, so it's not very usable, the legs were correct for ScarJo. Like they corrected the legs. So it's really amazing to think about, oh, okay, they've screwed this up with in other words, they've used all the worst parts from both versions.
Yeah.
They've basically done a, let's take the janky slimmed down upper torso that was never meant to be exposed. It was supposed to be under a vest, and let's plop it onto the top of the 10-year-old body that has the janky legs with the molded in pistols. And then we'll put a crappy new head on it. If I couldn't emotionally divorce myself from this kind of shallow stuff, I might put my head in an oven, because I don't understand how these companies come to these decisions.
Well, just they care about the bottom line. They don't care about the consumer. That's how you.
Yeah.
That's how. I mean, we made we made tools for electricians, but if someone didn't like a tool or something went wrong, or you always screw up in assembly, so we'd always send them. We say, sorry about that. Here's a free tool and some free blades, and then you have a customer for life. But if you $30 for an action figure is awfully damn expensive these days. So you're not buying that even for a kid's birthday party. That's almost too expensive. That's why they have those El Cheapo action figures. I guess it's Hasbro. I see them sometimes. Or horrendous figures I see at Five Below. And but I mean, a $30 figure. Do you want to give that to your kids to play with? Even, I mean, with all the little pieces and
no,
it's awful. No, you don't.
That's what it's for.
No,
I used to buy those little. What was it? The small little teeny Marvel. What was the line with? It was all cartoony figures, but I don't even think they were articulated.
No, it was the same thing as the Star Wars Galactic Heroes. Or
yeah. I love buying those for the kids. Those perfect for the kids, right?
Yeah,
you don't need a $30 action figure. These are all for adult collectors. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe there's a few kids out there collecting, but expensive now. I mean,
No, yeah. DJ
Marvel
Ronnie G.
Legends-
Hey, what's up, buddy?
hey DJ,
But see, that's the other thing too, is that people, the guy that was like, oh, they don't care about adult collectors, in the toy industry, and it's like, first of all, we know that's crap, but the obvious evidence that it's garbage is, if the toy industry hadn't cared about adult collectors for the better part of 20 years now, they would have never put any effort into increased levels of crazy detail and posability. They wouldn't have worried about that for movie license after movie license. They would have just kept the action figures simple and affordable, like they used to do for vintage Star Wars. And they didn't do that. Why? Because they're chasing that adult collector money. Like they're trying to appeal to them. That right there to me is the smoking gun of all this. But yet at the same time, they're now raising prices while giving you less and pulling 10-year-old bucks out of storage, dusting them off, giving them poor updates, and having you pre-order them because they're going to sell out on the pre-order because they don't sell them in enough volume anymore. So I guess with that, I have some really great options for Christina Applegate Twilight Vampire. That'll be cool.
Yeah, weren't the Marvel Legends like $10 when they first came out in the 90s, or
roughly.
$12?
Yeah, Toy Biz was
The
like
Toy Biz.
Yeah, and then even the one
That was
we thought that was high, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, but at least then you were getting like a full diorama and a huge plastic clamshell, and the figure was 6 inches tall, and it had a comic book in the back of it, a full comic book that you could pull out.
Oh yeah. I mean,
like they threw a lot of value at you.
Yeah, but this $30 crap is just, I mean, man, it's got to be a figure I absolutely cannot live without. And even still, I just don't pull the trigger anymore. I'm like, I can't. I mean, what am I going to do with that? I have room for them anyway. But
yeah, I'm the same way.
Unless it's the thing, right?
I even can't. I mean, they better not put any more of him out either, because I'm in trouble. Because I wouldn't. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Right.
I think that last one I got to read a really cool Reed Richards one. They haven't even taken out of the box yet.
The one with the lab coat?
No, that was way before. I got one after that, some big fancy one, and I forget where I got that one now.
The last one I bought at Comic-Con and New York Comic-Con was the Reed. That's the special edition where you can put him up in the coil.
Yeah, that one. That's the one I got.
Yeah, you got that one. All right. Yeah, that one's awesome. Yeah,
I haven't even taken it out yet, so I don't know where I'm going to put this.
Yeah, mine's still in the box too. Yeah,
and I hate leaving shit in the box. But yeah, so there you go. Then
it's a shame they're screwing up so bad.
You have to do when you can do the unboxing of those FF figures that you got.
Well, I was thinking of doing it. We got to do that Funko unboxing, and since Retroblasting is out and how much he loves Funko Pops, I should have him over.
Funko
too, right?
what?
Well, I got the Fantastic Four, the little mini figures. I still have to unbox that. But I do have
figures.
When I did that video a few months ago saying, how I learned to stop hating and love Funko Pops, it was like my eternal video. It was funny because all these commenters were like, oh, but you just so conveniently happened to have Tomb Raider pop vinyls. And I'm like, yes, do you understand what it means to create content to make you click on it, you zero? Like, if it's a joke, and the joke is I'm tricking you at first into believing that suddenly, oh my God, Michael has done an about face on Funko Pops. The only way I can convince you that that's true and rope you into the joke is by having something up front that you would conceivably believe that might turn me, that I might buy, right? And it's like, you wouldn't have clicked on that if it had been the Ronald McDonald Funko Pop. Like, if it had been a Funko Pop from Game of Thrones, just some random Funko Pop, like you wouldn't have been like, oh my God, I can't believe it, Michael's actually like crossed the picket line. And it's like, but if I bait you with that, and then I rope that's how I rope you into my sarcasm trap. It's like, and now I've got you on the ride. Like, people just don't get it. It's like, I've got this I've got this April Fool's video that I'm working on right now. That's, I've been seeding it, and like a few years ago when I did the Spice Girls April Fool's video, which the joke was that it wasn't a joke. People were like, "Oh, well, next year you should do New Kids on the Block toys," and I'm like, "You guys don't understand what it like." The whole thing about an April Fool's joke is, one, you have to you have to not repeat yourself, because the joke is April Fool's is a trap. Like that, if you're doing it well, it's a trap. The problem is everybody's forgotten how that works, and they do the dad joke version of April Fool's, where they're like, we're gonna do a thing, and we're gonna telegraph hard that it's an April Fool's joke right out of the gate.
That's totally the wrong way to do it. Yeah, remember Paulie canceled his channel a few years ago, Clobberin Times, the Latino slant, and he's like,
Paulie pulled that crap, and everybody bought it.
Yep.
On April 1st, no less, or something.
Everyone bought it. Yep.
If they bought it, then at least he succeeded on that level.
Oh, he did. He got everybody, because he really did pull the channel down. A lot of us, this was like right when we first started, not too long after a lot of us first moved to YouTube. We didn't know you could actually pull your own channel down like that and still keep it up, keep the channel like that, and then put it back up later.
He had some problems though, like he couldn't do something for a couple of weeks. He said he screwed something up, or like, no, I recommend not.
You got to be careful. But he did it for a joke.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I would never. I think it's ballsy what he did. Don't get me wrong, but I would never make the April Fool's joke. Oh, I've disappeared off the internet forever, because it's like,
that
like
could happen.
Yeah,
I'm putting my channel and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like in this case, it's like you want to do something different, but you also want to do something that, and so like last year, the April Fool's video was supposed to be the Funko Pops video, but it got delayed several months because until Drew G and Scott Hughes helped me out in June of last year, by April I still hadn't found those Funko Pops, because I needed those two pops to sell the joke. Like that was I needed those to sell the joke. So
yeah,
should
have gone to McKay's Toys in Tennessee.
Oh, is that where they would have had them?
Oh my God, that store is one of my.
That's like, unreal. I want to go.
Picture the end Raiders, just that huge, massive section of toys there.
It's not called McKay's Toys.
Yeah, McKay's Books, but
right.
Just they had walls and walls of pops, which were scary as hell. But there's the link if anyone wants to check it out. But oh my God, I could spend hours.
He spent a whole day there.
Well, yeah. the idea of, obviously, of like the Spice Girls was the joke is that it's not a joke. And so like at first, the joke was the way you rope them in is, oh my God, it's April 1st. Ha ha ha. I see that he's done a Spice Girls doll video. This is going to be so funny because April Fools, ha ha ha. And then it's like this actual infotainment dump, like mini doc about the development of the toys and how they went through all these permutations, and then Galoob went under and got sold to Hasbro and all this kind of stuff. And so it's like this whole thing, and by the end you're like, where's the joke? And it's like, well, the joke is it's not a joke. And then everybody's like, oh, and then on the next one with the Funko Pops thing, the joke is, oh my God, is Michael crossed the picket line? so which I didn't get to do on April 1st, but the Funko Pops video, still, that was the intent. So it's like, so then
I would have gotten a lot of people too if it was on April Fool's.
So, and that was what was so annoying, by the way, was that because I still wanted to get a video in like that last year, I got it done when I could get it done. And people were like, how come you didn't save this until April 2024? And I'm like, oh, I wasn't aware that April 1st is like got the exclusive on being humorous. Like, you can't tell a joke unless it's April 1st. Give me a break. Like, so I, but because I have a better idea for the April 1st this year. So this year I've actually started, there's a video that has seeded. I have laid down breadcrumbs. There will be more breadcrumbs coming. And then the video is going to hit. And I don't even know how to explain the bend of this particular one, because the first one was the joke is that it's not a joke. The second one was convincing people for a brief moment that I've crossed a picket line before totally deconstructing and trashing Funko Pops as an entire concept. Like, boom, while also satirizing toy tubers. And then this one, I don't even know how to describe it. It's more like, has Michael gone insane? Is he being ironic, or has he gone crazy? I think is probably the only way I know how to describe it. But I'm having so much fun with it because it could get me deplatformed, honestly. I don't know. YouTube might come in and be like, wow, this is effed up. Like or I might lose 50,000 subscribers because they might be like, oh my God, Michael's like a complete creep now. I don't know.
Oh no.
I have no idea. I have no idea what's going to happen, but it's going to be fun to make. I know that much.
Oh yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, Mike, I can promise you this. You and I will laugh our asses off after that video comes out, and both of us will agree this is one of our favorite Retroblasting videos ever.
Nice.
It was one of the most favorites I've made, and it'll if I know you, my friend, you'll probably be like, yeah, it's one of my favorites by default. Like, so
Yes.
yeah.
I can't wait now. I can't wait. You killed me every month with that what Man-Child News.
Yeah.
That's great stuff, man.
I have to
love
do
it.
that. I have to write that and film that tomorrow.
It's
It's the last day of the month. Thank God it was a leap year.
You got an extra day, yeah.
I'm still
DJ.
like, what am I gonna do for that one? I'm like,
Hmm.
That you can only tell people that Hasbro is on fire so many times. So I got to find something else to talk about. So I'm working on
The Sony Spider-Verse, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Madam Web
video too.
Madam Web is really scoring big at the box office. If you call, never mind.
I have a feeling that it. I might be in a pickle. Like, I have no idea.
You might be in a pickle. There's nothing out there to report. No one's being a man-child enough. They do.
Gonna have to go beat the pavement.
Who was it? One of those. Is it that girl that was signed up? We were just going to play Hot Girl was out there whining about saying that Madam Web was the fault of male fans being sexist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with a friend of mine today about that. And the short version is that we were laughing about what that actress said. And I said, oh, I know. I said, these are the same people that want to deny the fact that Linda Carter's Wonder Woman was super successful and had 3 seasons. They'll decry that as like sexist and misogynist, even though it was a groundbreaking TV show at the time and it was super positive and it did wonders for comic fans and women and everybody. And they'll say, oh, it was only successful because it was, sexualized or whatever, even though it wasn't. They just say that. And then I told him, I said, but what they don't want to hear is that Barbed Wire was a flop. And it was a massive flop. And yet it was the most over-sexualized, stereotypically sexualized comic book adaptation hero character, main character, whatever you want to call it. You'd think, based on Pam Anderson's popularity alone, that would have brought people in and made it a massive box office hit. And everybody knew that movie was trash in and trash out. Guys didn't go see it in the numbers that anybody would have hoped. And that's what I want to do, is look back at these kind of critics like that actress and go, if your argument held water that the way guys go see female heroes is that they have to be scantily clad, sexualized, this and that, eye candy, blah, 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 then Barbed Wire would be the #1 movie of all time.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we love seeing, a gorgeous, lady on the screen, but yeah, you got to have a story that goes with this. With it. And then there, Marvel has tried to skew towards
the Baywatch movie didn't make any money.
No, that flopped too. Yeah.
Catwoman didn't.
Star Wars, they've done the same thing with Star Wars, trying to skew towards, get the female lines. And growing up, my sister loved Princess Leia, but she didn't buy figures or but it's a running joke. If I see a Princess Leia figure, I buy her one, or Uhura from the Mego line. I stole her Uhura, so I keep buying her Uhuras now. But girls don't, by and large, most girls don't play with those toys or want those toys. It doesn't say not all of them, but the demographic is mostly guys, and they're trying to skew comic books and action figures and toys and movies towards women. And they didn't show up for Madam Web. What was the 45% I was reading of the moviegoers for Madam Web were women. So you got to have a good product.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you got to have a good product, but it doesn't hurt to have a gorgeous, looking woman. Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, it's not going to hurt. It's going to help the movie, but if you've got a garbage story like Madam Web, even that no one wanted to see, even though you've got some very popular actresses in it.
Well, that's why I said in my video about the whole Madam Web situation, it's Hollywood has disrespected everyone in every corner, because they've turned around and they've said, well, hey ladies, we are in denial, because they act like that the majority demographic of women liking period romance and rom-coms and true crime, they act like all that is bad in some way. And so they're like, well, what we want to do is we want to give you guy movies. Really what they're saying is guy movies are the only things they feel. I think the movie theater and the box office was healthier when we had a wide variety of movies for everybody to go see. Clearly it was, because movie theaters did better, and now they're not. But they're like, the only things we want to put out are guy films. We could put out other things, but we don't. But we're going to put out these guy movies, but we're going to put them out badly, and we're going to tell guys we don't want the guys to show up, and we want the women to show up. And the women are like, wait a second, so you're not putting out my movies anymore. You're putting out these movies that were for guys, but now they're supposed to be for us, but we don't care. And on top of that, they're bad. So it's like, and also they're telling people of color, they're telling people of different sexual orientations that these are now the movies for them as well. And it's like, so you've taken away their content and you've substituted content from another demographic that you've shunned. And then you've brought in the worst writers to make the worst films in these genres that have ever been seen, to tell these other demographics that you've said are marginalized, now is your day in the sun. Please take center stage in our slop. And it's
or you're a bigot.
Or you're, And
that's what they did with Moon Knight, with the Egyptian hero at the end, right? Who became the star of that show.
Right. So it's like, how is this respectful to anyone in your consumer base or your audience or your, whatever you want to call it, in your audience? How is this respectful to, or how is this not disrespectful to women, people of color, people of different sexual orientations? Like, you're literally giving them the worst scripts ever.
Because they're by talentless hacks.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And you're giving them the worst scripts ever in films that, traditionally speaking, they don't really have much of an interest in the broad sense. There are female comic book fans, there are female sci-fi fans and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying they're not, but I'm saying that by and large, there's nothing wrong with a lot of women liking different movies that aren't those. But those movies have been considered persona non grata at the box office, except the one that Sydney Sweeney came out with that's now been a market box office hit over the last few weeks. And isn't that funny? Like her rom-com, which Disney doesn't want to put those out anymore, her rom-com did better than the superhero movie where she was forced to play second string.
Yep.
So like you can't write this kind of dark poetry. Like it writes itself. And I don't know.
There's
because like a movie like Titanic, you talked about in your video, like I didn't want to go see that, but my wife, back when that came out, it's like, oh, we have to go see it. And as a guy, you're like, all right, I'll go. It's got the ship, and I'll put myself through it. So you got to have a movie like that where there's a slight crossover appeal.
Mhm.
You obviously have to have both everyone has to go see the movie, but that doesn't mean you can't have a majority of women going to see a movie, and that's the way the movie skews. And obviously,
Right.
as I joke, you said some of us guys get dragged along to see it, but my wife has zero interest in any superhero movies. I mean, Star Wars, I always tell this story when they released the new special editions. We tried, this is before the internet, you buy tickets, and we're going around, with another buddy of mine who's a huge Star Wars fan, and our much better halves went in to try to find tickets, and they came back out. They're like, "We really love you guys because the only showing was 11 p.m. and it was like at 8 o'clock, and like, we'll go out to dinner and then we'll go see the movie with you." But
Mhm.
they were joking the whole time, like, we should just lied and told them it was sold out. But no, I mean, zero interest. And it's more of like a fun night out. But
Right.
my wife has zero interest in most women that I know. There's a few, but it's just not their thing. And then they're trying to sell Star Wars now, toward make it
They're trying to
all
turn it into a girl
female-centric.
brand when it's not a girl brand, it's a boy brand.
Yeah,
It just
Yeah,
is.
and that's the whole thing. Like, Drew's saying that chick flicks don't make a lot of money, but the thing is that a chick flick doesn't cost a lot of money to make. And then if it's one of those outliers that does really well, which they usually have one or two of those a year that defied expectations, suddenly your return on investment is massive. Like
Yes.
it's a massive return. So there was a place for those, and like like Mark was saying, like things like Madam Web and stuff like that. Nobody's interested. Like just from seeing the ads, experienced comic book people like yourselves knew it was going to be garbage. The average guy moviegoer doesn't know what it is, and they're like, like your
Madam
average
Web,
movie,
who's that?
yeah, your average movie-going Chad who loves all the Fast and the Furious films, who's up for a good CGI, action movie, is like, I don't know what that is. They're not going to go see it.
No.
Most women don't want to go see that because they're like,
They
I
don't
don't
care.
really care about this whole Marvel universe thing, and that's
They don't care.
fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Like,
No.
variety is the spice of life. So like, well, it used to be anyway. So now we're in this scenario where basically what the narrative so far has been, and this is, I think, where some of the other content creators have kind of gotten fixated and gone. They're correct in one sense, but they're not seeing the rest of the picture, which is they're saying that Hollywood is trying to force feed us this content. Yes, they are, right? They're trying to say you're either with us or you're against us, and if you're against us, then you're horrible. Okay, that's true. These executives and these CEOs have made these statements. They're on the record. But what they're not doing is I haven't heard many people, if any, say they're also disrespecting the legacy audiences and the other demographics at the same time, because they've taken away their shit as well. And they've said, you now have to watch this stuff. They've taken away everybody's choice. And that
Great point.
incenses me.
Hey, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
Actually, Drew said something interesting that I would slightly respectfully disagree with. He said it's greed. If it were greed, you say what you want about greed, but it makes people it gives people self-preservation. If they were greedy, they wouldn't make Madam Web.
If they were greedy, they would have said, "Ooh,
this is not going to make us shit."
They would have said, "Hey, if they were the greedy Hollywood, they would have said, get Sydney Sweeney in that Spider-Woman outfit and put her in a movie called Spider-Woman."
It's agenda. It's agenda. We don't get political on the show that much, but it's agenda. It's not greed. Because like you said, greed, they listen to the demographic people. They call them in there and they say, okay, we're about to do this movie. What do we need to do?
Right.
Yeah, anyone, I'm looking it up. Yeah, Anyone But You with Sydney Sweeney, the rom-com, made $230 million worldwide.
Wow.
A rom-com in today's age got to the box office and made $230 million. They've already greenlit, not a sequel, because they don't do that, thank God, with those. They've already greenlit another movie that's going to star those two, kind of like Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. It's going to star those two. They're already looking for their next movie to do together.
Yeah, and Madam Web, $78 million.
Uh-huh.
A movie with
the two posters. Which poster would you want to go see? That movie or this movie? If I
Exactly.
did take my wife out on a date, which movie am I going to go see?
Right. And here's the other thing too. That movie's poster, if that was a comic book film, they'd be like, "Oh, we can't have a poster like that. We're going to have to do a poster that's like obscure and stuff because otherwise it's objectification."
Right.
Like,
they still objectify the dudes, but they can't do it with the women right now.
Well, but look at that rom-com poster.
Yeah, I'm talking about superhero movies.
And no, I know, but what I'm saying is, wouldn't one think that it would be an across-the-board requirement that it's and again, I'm playing into what we're talking about here, which is
you're right.
Yeah, it's like this is selling well to women and men going out with their wives and girlfriends and partners on date night, whatever.
Right.
And it's doing well for what it is.
Look at how that guy is objectified. I feel so horrible for him right there.
Yeah,
I hope he survived the making of that movie.
Yeah, again, I'm not offended by that poster whatsoever for both the dude or the lady. Like they're both two hot people. Like let them be hot, like whatever.
Yeah.
It amazes me that there is this crazy disconnect in the marketing where they're like, if we show women in superhero outfits that I don't, you hear what I'm trying to say? Like this, this poster right here, in any other context, based on the kind of stuff we watch, that would be seen as sexualization and objectification. And yet, and I don't think it is. I don't think it is one bit, whether you're talking about, this or barbed wire. I don't care either way. But what I'm saying is that's what they would say. And so it's like, clearly somebody who did this movie was like, you know what? This crap has to end because movies have to start being profitable again. And it worked here. Like, I don't know.
What's wrong? I don't think there's anything wrong with sexual objectification.
No, I don't either. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to give the voice of.
No, you're right.
Zero.
They would say that they say it as a negative. Remember that old TV show, the old TV show they used to have called Sex Cells? It was about. Right. I mean, this is what Hollywood did, and so we're greedy. People who did this, if you want to make a case for someone being greedy, they figure, hey, people will come watch this. So it is a business.
Right.
They're supposed to get butts in the seats. They're trying to turn superheroes into a girl brand, and Star Wars and other ones, and Star Trek, all into girl brands, when it just ain't happening. It's against nature. Like, and even George Lucas said Star Wars is for young boys. Does that mean only young boys love it? Of course not. But most of us started as young boys loving it.
Right.
Plenty of women love it. Plenty of adults loved it when they first saw it. But that's not what it means. He means that that's the kind of genre it is for. Superheroes were aimed at young boys. In comics, does that mean no girls ever read? Of course, a lot of girls like them.
Right.
It's just that something along the lines of maybe 70 or more % of your audience for like a big action movie or something like that, or a superhero epic or whatever, is male.
Yeah.
Sorry. It doesn't mean women can't love it, but that's just the way it is. And when you try to change that brand from that, and that's why you get all these movies now, every single movie that has action, it's always got these, they're filled with these, like you'll have scenes of a woman who's like 98 pounds soaking wet, throwing 200 and 300 and 400 pound dudes all over their shoulder and shit. They're like, they'll punch like a 200-300 pound guy and they'll go flying across the room.
Right.
And I'm like, if they're a superhero in an outrageous kind of movie, that's one thing. But they do it in every action movie. Plus, this is going to sound sexist from an old man. I don't care. A lot of these action films with women, I'm sorry. The last thing I like is seeing women act like dudes. I'm sorry. I don't. I like to see, when we see like buddy cop movies or guys acting like, rough and tumble assheads. And I got a secret for you. A lot of women who do watch these things also like to see rugged male characters acting like dudes.
Sure. I will raise my hand and say that ever since I was little, while I've obviously loved my Supermen and my Luke Skywalkers and my Indiana Joneses and all that kind of stuff, I've also always, ever since Linda Carter's Wonder Woman, I've also always kept I've gravitated to the female hero as well. So like I always loved playing Chun-Li in Street Fighter 2. I always obviously Tomb Raider, Lara Croft. I played all those video games and everything like that. So when it comes to fantasy filmmaking, I admit, and video gaming and things like that, I've never been averse to women being in the story and even being the central character.
Me either.
Yeah, no, I know you're not. I'm not saying you said that. What I'm getting at is that they have lost their way with, when we were talking about Star Wars a second ago, with he aimed it at 12-year-old boys. It's important to pick a target, because if you pick a target, you will intrinsically write a better story because you know who you're writing it for. And then if that story is as good as it can be, that's where you have the possibility for crossover appeal. Because like, I am not somebody that's just going to watch and like, say, some average run-of-the-mill vanilla period romance. But I will watch Pride and Prejudice with Colin Firth, that miniseries from A&E, anytime Melinda has it on. And the reason I'll watch it anytime Melinda has it on is because it was extremely well adapted, and it knew that it was who its target audience was. And that means that the production is really, really good. Therefore, it's good. If you are a cinephile, you will get something out of it regardless if you're a woman or not. And so I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it's
I understand.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
when I watch The Notebook with my wife, I'm like, I'm not putting that on, but it was a good movie. It was a touching movie, but those are the kind of crossover movies where it's got to be really good. And you go, all right, you hear the movie's good. Okay, I'll go see it with you or watch it at home. And then we trade, we trade off, she made me watch The Crying Game, and then I made her watch The Outlaw Josie Wales. And unfortunately, she loved The Outlaw Josie Wales. I was hoping she wouldn't like it. But that you're right. You have to have that. You have to have that crossover appeal, but you target your movie towards your demographic that you're going for.
Well, yeah.
But if you try to make it for everything, no one's gonna enjoy the movie. For everyone, no one's gonna enjoy the movie.
Right, because if you try and grab everyone, you'll grab no one.
Yeah,
you got to grab somebody, and that's the thing. Like, I think crossover appeal is. I think the problem with a lot of these movies is they've tried to turn crossover appeal into a deliberate science, when most of the time it's an intangible lightning in a bottle moment for a particular film. In other words, like in those moments where a country singer is suddenly playing on pop radio for like 6 months. It's like nobody could have predicted that country singer would have had crossover appeal, and suddenly they're on
Taylor Swift.
yeah, right. So it's like, so in this case, I feel like the best chance you have for crossover appeal is by telling the best story you can to the audience you want to talk to. And then at that point, it becomes a more authentic experience, and that resonates in you might not pick up on it, but your brain did, kind of thing, where you might be outside the target demographic, but your brain is picking up on the fact that this story is well crafted, with deliberate, honest intent, and it's telling a really well crafted story. You're not going to get that if you're trying to engineer this thing like a formula to rake in maximum profit. How's that working for them? They're losing their shirts at this point.
Right now, so they still don't care.
I know they don't care, but like I said in my video, though, they can keep not caring all they want, and they can keep making all these statements about how they think they have the moral high ground and all this stuff. It's not going to mean jack squat if more Madam Webs keep coming out. No,
you're absolutely right, and they'll learn, but they're still. We keep thinking they're going to learn, and I tell you what they have in a sense of. I don't know if you see this, Mike. They talk about a movie that's coming up called Captain America: Brave New World, where of course. Look, I'm not going to get into the argument when they want to. Well, no one really argues that. People seem to agree universally that Steve Rogers is Captain America. I hated that Falcon Winter Soldier TV show, and I love, Anthony Mackie, and I love the Sam Wilson character, but he's the
Falcon's a
Falcon.
great
So
character.
he's always been the Falcon to me. He will always be the Falcon to me. He's not Captain America. So the movie's called Captain America. There's no Captain America in it. But be that as it may, they've decided they don't care. And if you don't like it, you're you know what. So they went ahead and filmed it. And it was so bad, they tested it, that now they're reshooting it again. They have to redo the whole thing. Now, I wonder why that is. It certainly can't be the fans' fault. Fans haven't seen it.
Was Kathleen Kennedy anywhere near the first?
No, it's Marvel. It's Kevin Feige.
I know it's Marvel. That's what I was saying. Was Kathleen Kennedy anywhere near the first shoot? Because she has to reshoot everything
right.
she ever does.
Well, they did this with Daredevil as well, by the way. So right now they're reshooting that. How much money do they waste? And they're not going to fix it, by the way. No one's going to want to see. The Joe public doesn't know that the Falcon for a while in the comic took over as Captain America. I guarantee you.
Those were horrible comic
books. And it didn't watch that stupid Disney Plus show. So that, I don't know what they think they're going to do, how reshooting it's going to help. But no one's going to care. It's going to bum like a beach. It's going to cost them 2 filmings. And now Daredevil Born Again. I don't know if you heard about this one. They went to film something like almost 8 episodes. And because I really loved, I don't know if you ever saw it, Mark. I love the Daredevil Netflix series.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's good.
And they bring back Charlie Cox. John Bernthal said he wouldn't do it. Hello, Eclay. How you doing? Eclay Thomason. He refused because he thought it was stupid. And they decided off camera that Foggy and Karen were just going to be dead. So they filmed about 8-something episodes. And somehow, I don't know how the sanity came in here.
How did that happen?
I have no idea how sanity came in. Someone came in and said, this is really shit. Let's start over. They managed to rope Bernthal back into it because they changed it. They brought back those 2 actors, Foggy and Karen, but D'Onofrio in there, and now they're filming it. And I keep seeing pictures from the set. They're filming the new season right now, 18 episodes, whatever it is, which I'm cautiously optimistic. They're calling it Born Again, which I'm concerned. They used a lot of Born Again in that 3rd season. But anyway, it looks like it may be on track. I don't know if they're the same. They're not necessarily the same writers as before. So I'm concerned, mind you. But it's still, whether it works out or not, someone had the wherewithal to look at what they'd filmed. They said it was some sort of court procedural shit in a Daredevil. He doesn't even end up in the Daredevil costume to episode 5 or some shit. And somebody came on and said, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And they scrapped it and started over. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to say it's promising. So I'd really like to see a good continuation of that show. So it's probably still going to be crap, but I don't know. Sounds like some sanity might have squeezed in there somewhere. Maybe somebody said, nobody's going to watch this dog shit.
You can only make these mistakes with other people's money so long, many times before the next time you make the mistake. Not only do you not have a job anymore, but the business is done. Disney's walking a very fine line right now. They're over leveraged in debt for a lot of things, including the purchase of Hulu right after the purchase of Fox, and they can't afford to be what's the word I'm looking for? They can't afford. I don't want to. It's not pretentious. They can't afford to be arrogant and lofty. They are being arrogant and lofty, but that they can only do that so many times before they will be out of gas, and they're fast running out of gas. Because the thing is, you've got hype that can sustain you through a few flops, but they've already burned through that hype and goodwill.
Yeah, like Captain Marvel making $1 billion.
Right, exactly.
Weird.
They positioned that movie between those 2 Avengers films deliberately because
that's the only way it did that kind of business.
You didn't need to see that movie to finish off Avengers.
No.
So Star Wars, we know burned through all of its goodwill and hype. How many years has it been since they've had? I mean, that they burned through their goodwill.
4 years now.
Yeah,
that's a far cry from a movie every year we were promised, right?
Well, that and the fact that I personally feel like this Mandalorian movie was a slapdash decision where they're like, oh God, we've got to get something in theaters. Just do a Mandalorian movie quick. Like, because that's
Good
all.
luck with that.
What's that?
Good luck with that.
Oh, I know it's going to be garbage, but I'm not going to go see it. But
No.
the thing is because they've killed interest and they've killed that all that, you don't have hype, goodwill, and willing to take a chance on that next one in the gas tank anymore for Star Wars or Marvel. So like, let's take Deadpool. Okay, I have a theory that Disney has not considered the fact that Deadpool people, they just want to see the next Deadpool movie. They really don't care if the MCU lives or dies. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. I'm saying Deadpool people, the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool people, they're just going to see the next Ryan Reynolds Deadpool movie. And because it's backed by Disney and produced by Disney, and it ran into delays with the writer's strike and the actor strike, and you don't have Josh Brolin coming back, and you don't have Zazie Beetz coming back, and you don't have TJ Miller coming back, you have a lot of hurdles you're going to have to jump, especially with Disney in the background, and the writer's strike and the actor strike, for Deadpool 3 to come off as being a decent film. And even if it is, I don't know how much of that is really going to help out the MCU at the end of the day.
I agree. It's not going to translate because it's just it's its own universe. I mean,
right?
It's funny as it is, and I heard, for example, Ryan Reynolds couldn't ad lib during the movie because of the writer's strike.
Yep.
So I mean, that's probably part of the fun of those first two movies. I'm sure some of those great lines were ad libbed. So you wonder how it's gonna turn out. I mean, I love seeing Jackman again and those two together. But that's just it's almost like Spider-Man: No Way Home was a pastiche of all the the greatest hits and with all the member berries. But was the story that good of a story?
No,
I don't think so.
It was not a good story. It was a shitty story, I thought.
Right. It was a terrible story. And so when everybody said, oh, it's the greatest Spider-Man movie of all time, I'm like, how can that be? Because it can't exist without literally every other Spider-Man movie that's ever been made. So like that
exactly.
A great moment with Dr. Doom is such a great moment because of how good the second Spider-Man film, Raimi film is.
Dr.
Doom. He realizes. Did I say Dr. Doom? I meant to say Doc Ock. I got FF on the brain. Yep, sorry.
That movie's hinging on of Doctor Strange being a moron. That's why I can't stand it.
It's the whole thing. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Doctor Strange. That movie don't happen without Doctor Strange being a complete and utter imbecile. And I can't have that. I can't put up with it.
Personally. No, and also just the fact that again the movie is a slickly produced wrap up of every other live action Spider-Man franchise.
Exactly.
So it's
overrated beyond belief.
It really is overrated beyond belief. And I'm one of those outliers that I feel like because I read Spider-Man comics in the 90s, the early 90s through the mid 90s. I stopped with all that clone crap. But
McFarlane, you started with McFarlane, or
started with I started slightly yes, around the time of McFarlane.
Around that time, yeah.
Yeah, my boy was Eric Larson. I love
Larson.
Eric Larson.
Came on after McFarlane,
Yep, I love that guy. But I also liked Mark Bagley, everyone. Don't panic.
Yeah.
But like for me, I feel like Andrew Garfield, the first movie, they're trying to find their footing with him, but not with him specifically, but the script and the character. But I feel like the second film is like a Timothy Dalton situation where you have, to my eye, you have a guy and a costume and a tone for Spider-Man in New York that is finally playing perfectly. Like it actually really is working. The problem is that, like with License to Kill with Timothy Dalton, the story around him, while he's an excellent James Bond, the story around him isn't quite living up to the character itself. And so you end up with a missed opportunity. Like I can't tell you how how thrilled I was with the web swinging effects through the city and his whole persona and everything,
Off the cuff remarks that
Oh
Spider-Man
my
should
god.
have. Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
dude. Like, and that last shot, even though the design of Rhino was dumb.
It was dumb, but it was a great shot.
Yeah.
That's the only part of the movie I liked.
Oh, dude, the shot of him with the manhole cover and just going in on the guy. I was just like, oh, this is Spider-Man. Like, this is awesome. So, like,
And Emma Stone, I love Emma Stone.
Oh yeah, Emma Stone was great too. So, like, I was going somewhere with that, and because it was something.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I lost my own train of thought because I went down a tangent. We were talking about something a few minutes ago that led us. Mark, you brought up the fact. We brought up No Way Home off of it.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
Well, the member bears and how the resolution is only there because of all the other Spider-Man.
Right.
films.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, the story you really analyze it. No Way Home is just not there, but you do love seeing those other Spider-Man, and Garfield especially had that phenomenal scene.
Mm-hmm.
Who didn't shed a tear in their eye when when he saves their version of MJ, the new MJ, we'll say, but that was a fantastic scene, and what a great actor he was, and he did get short thrift on those movies because of the horrible scripts, and but nothing to do with him. And I think in some ways, I think he's probably been the best Spider-Man so far in the movies.
I agree.
I love
Garfield's.
Yeah,
Garfield's performance.
I don't like the movies, but I like him.
Yeah, it's like Superman Returns. I didn't like the movie, but I like Brandon Routh.
Yeah. Same deal.
Yeah,
it's a shame too. So
happens all too often. In
fact, too often.
I can only name a few times where that didn't occur. Like, I didn't like Captain Marvel, and I didn't like Brie Larson. Like, as a superhero, I was like, But a lot of times it doesn't really end up that way. Like, most of the time, it seems like good actors are wasted in poor scripts in the superhero genre.
Yeah, imagine if we kept getting Timothy Dalton Bond movies.
I wanted to. We should have got 5 more at least. Damn it! But again, it's the thing. Like, Hugh Jackman's cool. It's just if you like Wolverine, but it's just not. The movies are never any good.
Oh yeah, exactly.
He's not the comic book Wolverine, but he's cool.
Yeah, exactly. He was the only reason to go. Like,
yeah.
And how did they screw up that Wolverine limited series? You've got that book right in front of you. Just translate that to the screen, and they started to do that. Mm-hmm. But even in the beginning, they screwed up when Wolverine is tracking down the hunter that's injured that grizzly bear, and they kind of screwed that scene up. They didn't follow the comic book exactly.
I never watched that movie.
And you never watched it? Yeah, it's okay, but the third act totally falls apart.
Wolverine?
The Wolverine? The third act is a mess, but...
You just helped me figure out where I lost my train of thought. We were talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, the Deadpool 3, right? So that gets back to the whole thing of you are now trying to pull this X-Men actor back into one final film to bring people in. And to your point, Mark, you said that may not guarantee a good story, because then we brought up Spider-Man No Way Home and how that story was weak, even though it was bringing in all of these nods, winks, characters, actors from all these other franchises to try and make it this ticketable event. And it's like, yeah, we're all genuinely curious to see Wolverine played by Hugh Jackman in what will be the final performance, and finally in the yellow and blue suit and all that kind of stuff. But will it be enough for both the Deadpool thing and the MCU? And your point was very valid, which was the MCU. The MCU is not going to be saved by a final appearance by somebody we liked that's not going to be around anymore.
No, even if it's a good movie, it's going to be a one-off anyway. It's going to be like it'll be like they're going to go back to making crap until they learn their lesson, and they're not going to learn it anytime soon, because they've got a spate of garbage planned, like the Her Avengers or whatever, and all these other idiot,
Well,
like
Thunderbolts, I
Thunderbolts,
guess,
and they're
I guess,
nothing to do with Thunderbolts from the comic.
and Thunderbolts is one of my favorite all-time comics to read.
You can forget
more
about that
modern
being
comic.
anything like it. Just forget that out of your head now. It is not going to be anything like the comic book. They already said so.
And
Nothing.
it's such a great comic. It's so phenomenal. When you read, talk about April's Fool's joke. I mean,
dude,
you're on it as a comic book reader, but that was just such a well done. When the
no,
heroes
forget about
turn
it.
villain. Forget about it, right? We're not gonna
Just
we're not gonna
don't
get it.
even concern yourself with that movie.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
get Screaming Mimi.
No, don't watch it. So there you go. Well, we got to get out of here in a minute, folks. We had Mike. I've had to hear for 4 hours, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry because we got to hang out, but I know it's
Why are you
late.
sorry?
I'm having fun.
I have free will. It's not like I'm handcuffed to this chair.
I don't know,
But
man.
we
But
promised
like I
to send you Hasbro action figures if you stayed on for 4 hours.
yeah, you can go to Ollie's and get those for $5. So.
Yeah, true. I got a good selection. I think I can still get all of the rest of the Eternals figures for a few bucks.
Yeah, you can get. I always thought it was funny. I've asked a buddy of mine. I've asked a couple of friends who do customizing. I said, "Aren't those? Could you like buy those? They like to go buy really cheap figures and use them." And I said, "Well, Eternals is going to be perfect." When they first came out, I said, "Well, Eternals is going to serve that purpose in a couple of years when they're at $5. You can go grab a bunch of them." But I said, "Now you can't use them. Not even good not even good for reusing them." I said, "Why not?" Because the heads are attached to some kind of gobbledygook. He said, "I said, so you can't like file that sucker and do something." Because he usually boils them, he puts them in boiling water to get the heads off.
Yep.
And changes it. He's made some custom Golden Age figures that he ended up selling for big money online. So I'm like, go get those Eternals figures. You got to use them for something.
Yep.
But they're useless.
I joked. I was at an Ollie's and took a photo because they had all those Eternals figures just stacked up. Nobody wants them even at $5. And
are they on top of the Rose Ticos?
Yeah, right.
No.
And the Admiral Holdos, and one of them that was stacked at like 50 deep, 5 rows down was the one played by Barry Keoghan. What's his name? Droog or Durig or
the Eternals.
Yeah, he's one of the Eternals characters. He's the one who ends up going bad. He ends up being the villain.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Icarus became the baddie.
Oh well, no. This was the one in the movie that Barry Keoghan played, and he's the one where the Indian guy's like, it seems like Dirge or something, but Dirge is a transformer. He's like Druig. He's
Druig, yeah.
He's like,
yeah. So Barry Keoghan, they have a pretty good head likeness of him on the figure. You see a head likeness like that, and then you go, how did they screw up that ScarJo there at the end? But I don't. That actor is in Saltburn, and I saw Saltburn back in December in the theater. And there's a scene in Saltburn where that actor is at a funeral, and after everybody leaves the funeral, it's set in England. After everybody leaves the funeral, you see like the fresh mound of dirt over the grave. And it's dusk and it starts to rain, and he's standing there, and it's all in one shot, and he rather graphically just starts having sex with the grave.
Whoa.
Like like the mound of dirt. And I'm thinking to myself, that looks like a penile infection waiting to happen right there, but whatever. So he's just like having sex with this grave. And so I took the photo of the figure and I sent it to my friends I'd seen the video with, or I'd seen the movie with. So I took a photo of the figure and I sent the photo of the figure to my friends. And I was like, guys, check out this action figure. You can tell he's banged a grave. I don't know.
They knew it was him.
yeah. They were all like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Yeah, the Barry Keoghan figure." I was like, "That's just unsettling at this point. It's just
which
gross.
one is he? Is he
Druig?
Okay, because there was you heard that other guy, that guy from Eternals, the actor who said that he was traumatized. He had to get therapy because of the bad reviews of the movie.
Oh yeah. That
See
was
that
the
guy?
one. That was the guy. That was the Indian actor who
Yeah,
said
yeah.
the line, Druig sucks, which is the only good
Yeah.
line in the movie. Where he's like, "Oh man, Druig sucks." That's the only good line in the whole movie.
Yeah.
This is Barry.
Yeah,
That's Barry there. Yep.
he was in the first few episodes of Masters of the Air as well.
Okay, yeah, the guy, yeah. So
Then
and then the
Kamali Ali Nanjari. Yeah, he was.
this
he
child
was the one.
baby, yeah,
He was
baby
hurt by
that's
the.
worried about bad reviews.
But he's
Oh,
also a comedian, so I do wonder if is it possible he was just joking?
he said it on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast, but it got
Oh,
taken.
okay,
It
well.
got taken seriously. I mean, it could
Oh,
have been.
well, that's
No, I
that's
think he
weird.
said he was serious. I mean, look, I'm not saying I don't understand that if you made a movie and then somebody and everyone hated it, you wouldn't feel shitty. But you know, I'm sure you wouldn't be in a good mood over it. But wow, you're traumatized and you have to see a shrink. Shut up, man. Get out of here with that stuff. If you're that fragile, you're pretty fragile.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I could see. Yeah, if I was in a big movie and people didn't like it, but just the way it came across, it didn't come across. So I didn't watch the interview.
So what? I mean,
but I mean, it's one thing. Yeah, if you're depressed, yeah, go see a therapist. It's fine. But just the way it was almost like during the vid when all the Hollywood stars were.
You got to stop being an actor. If that's the case.
Yeah, but like during the vid
them.
when all the Holly, like Ellen was, I'm stuck in my mansion and I have no go, and you're seeing all these people. It's you got to be sensitive to how you come across. So yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to admit, yeah, you're kind of bummed out. You wish this movie would be good, but maybe leave the other part out, or just you got to frame it the right way. So it's like Will Wheaton when he was attacking Larry David, and I thought it was a joke reading that article when he was, because Larry David went over and jokingly hit Elmo, but it was just like he tapped him, was making fun of Elmo, and Will Wheaton wrote that long screed and went
He's
on
another nut.
Yeah, about how Larry David had attacked Elmo, his childhood idol, and how Elmo was so nice. We had a big fun dissecting that article, but yeah, it's there's some nuts out there, but they're in the public eye. So
yeah. Well, Michael, man, dude, thank you so much for being here with us tonight, man. What you got coming up? You could announce to everyone to start looking for anything.
Yeah, Man-Child news tomorrow.
Yes.
Widowmaker, the Marvel Legends ScarJo journey. Maybe I should retitle that now that I'm starting to think of another pun. That'll be probably the first few days of March when it gets done. I've already recorded the whole script. Still trying to get all the episodes of Thundercats watched and notated on so that I can start the script for Thundercats Redux.
You were watching Thundercats
again?
How fun is that?
It's not really. It's not. It's taking me months and months, and I'm planning this video like 4 years ago. So that tells you something.
Someone just tweeted out a new Thundercats recording, like a rock band was doing the Thundercats theme song. That was hysterical.
Did they all spontaneously combust while they did it? And then I've got a video I'm going to do about a custom Lego build of the Living Daylights Aston Martin.
Nice.
Yeah, and then there's a video I got to do reviewing. I finally own a fedora, an Indiana Jones fedora from the London hat shop Herbert Johnson that made them for 4 out of the 5 movies. They made them for Indiana Jones' first 3 films, and then unfortunately that last one. But I finally own a Raiders fedora from them, and I'm going to be reviewing it up against the one from the company called Ad Vintage out of Germany. Guy's name's Thomas, and he's a genius. He's unlocked the unicorn that escaped all of us, and I'll talk about that in the video.
Nice.
I'm going to be doing, instead of a head-to-head, it's going to be a hat-to-hat. So it's going to be a versus kind of thing. Does the name brand of the original maker stand up to the devotion of a determined fan maker?
That's a great story to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So those are the things I got Oh, and then there's one more coming up. I've got a video about the history of this is not a euphemism, but you're welcome to take it as one. The history of Lara Croft's hand cannons. So the history of her pistols. So yeah,
Nice.
there's a whole thing there, and it also involves me chronicling me and my friend Scott Hughes taking on the challenge of building her pistols ourselves. And I don't mean
3D
prop.
printed or
No. Real.
actually using the real components and swapping out. Yeah.
Yep.
Just like
So-
they did for the movies. Yeah.
Right. So it's going to be that should be a really fun video if I can just see. I've got this whole laundry list of videos I've got to do. I've also got a video about Top Gun versus Iron Eagle that's been a few years in development. I haven't done that yet either.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I've got great ideas. I just don't have any time.
Good time to get them done, huh, bro? Well, you're on it. You're on the case. That's all that matters, man.
Yep.
Oh, the one other thing that did you see? I guess we talk about the idiotic bankruptness of Hollywood and ideas wise. Freaking, did you know there's a remake of The Naked Gun with Liam Neeson?
No.
Oh, I heard about this. Yeah, it's
Oh my
I heard
God.
about this. Yeah.
What?
Why?
in the holy shit. You are no Frank Drebin. I mean, that is such a crazy. Leslie Nielsen's so unique to that character. I mean, I can't see it. There's a lot of characters I can't see any other actor playing but certain ones, and that's one of them. I mean, that's one like that is Leslie Nielsen. I mean, he's just so. We're supposed to. Do you really think Liam Neeson's a good actor? He might be able to be funny, but he can't be Frank Drebin. I mean, I don't even.
There's no point to remake it. It's like
I can't see him having that kind of delivery or that kind of jokes. Why are you doing this? Why would you remake that? I don't understand.
That was my question. I'm less concerned. Like, yeah, casting can be bad or whatever, but I'm less quizzical about the casting and more quizzical about why are they remaking this at all?
I don't understand it.
Yeah, they're remaking The Crow now. I'm reading, and
that's coming out soon. It's freaking Crow remake because that was needed.
The first is brilliant. Why do that? And they were talking about a Princess Bride remake, and thank God that got.
They made stupid sequels to The Crow too. So now that's a remake.
The Crow never had a good sequel because there's nowhere left to go after that. It's like Highlander.
No,
The Crow is like Highlander. There's nowhere left to go at the end of that movie.
That's a one-off.
Yeah,
exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with a one-off. That's something we could have learned from most female focused movies. You don't have a Notebook 2.
True, Kill-Out. Yeah, not yet anyway. Not yet anyway.
Not yet anyway. No, I know that's not completely consistent, but a lot of times the sequels to those successful films don't do so well. So like Legally Blonde 2, Miss Congeniality 2, like they weren't good. Sandra Bullock even said, I always said I would never do another sequel after Speed 2, and then I did Miss Congeniality 2 and regretted it. So it's Yeah.
I remember when the least. I miss the days when sequels were the least of the problems we had, because now it's remakes. I don't give a shit about a sequel. I mean, they're usually not very good, but it continuing the adventures of a character from a previous film that just rarely measure up. So they don't. It's tough to do that. Remakes are worse to me because every single and prequels.
Well, they're redoing Highlander now too, right? There can then the tagline in Highlander is there can be only one.
Yeah,
God, I love that movie when I first saw it on the VHS tape in the 80s at my friend's house, and God, with the soundtrack. But then the disaster of Highlander 2, which doesn't exist, we won't mention. But I mean, I guess the TV series is fun in some ways. As a prequel, I guess you could have tell the story of the other Highlanders, but there's nothing fit for the movie screen that makes sense to tell. And they're just rehashing all these old ideas. I mean, even Barbie last year, that's not an original idea. It's more of a commercial than a movie. How many original ideas that we get that's not a superhero movie or innovative. I mean, there's nothing that's a Dune 2, I guess it sounds great. Of course, that's an old IP, of course, with Frank Herbert, but really what's new and exciting out there? I don't know.
Nope, not much. Mark, anything to announce?
Well, are we reviewing the Outer Limits episode that I had picked that Raquel was going to try to watch? Because if we,
I guess we could if you help me remember.
If I help you remember, yeah, I'll have to find out if Raquel watched it.
You and her can do it. She's going to watch it. If nothing else, you can both do it. I promise to try.
You can try.
I don't know. I don't have access to it, so I can't.
You do have access through.
Are you sure?
Through Markflix.
Okay. Thanks.
But
all right.
But so I'll be doing watch party. If I need to, I'll do 2 watch parties tomorrow night. Of course, we'll be doing Blake 7, season 2, episode 3.
Yep.
So we'll be doing try to do a watch party for that. If we do the Outer Limits episode, and I'm like Retroblasting. I've got a lot of toys stacked up to review, so hopefully I'll get to some of those soon. But I've got to do that the Fantastic Four set. Clobberin, W, just pick a day and just
let me know when. I'll be there with
those. Yeah, the that new figure set. Who was that? Was it Mezco or was it? Yeah, it's Mezco.
That's was it Mezco or was it?
I think it was Mezco.
I can't. No. Yeah, Mezco. That's right. The really expensive athletes.
Yeah,
they're beautiful.
They're
incredible. I'm not going to say expensive it was, but they're ridiculous.
Joking. My wife's not listening to this. Yeah, and of course, there's no Toxic Tuesday this week. So we'll be back in 2 weeks for that, and I'll be back for Sunday Night Geekery at 10 p.m. Eastern with you. Next week. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. And but I'll have the regular Sunday Night Geekery at 10 p.m. with you, and maybe the Geek and I will be there again, and hopefully Courtney and the gang, and maybe we'll talk a little bit of food too. But looking forward to hanging out with you again on Sunday night.
All right. Quick show note. We'll get out of here, folks. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, the big Superman bash. I'll be on for a while. I know everybody's probably busy and early in the day and all that stuff. And I apologize, but we don't get very many 29ths, obviously. So I wanted to actually, for once, do my Superman birthday bash on his actual birthday. So we're going to do that. And this, we'll be just hanging out a little bit, talking some soupies and stuff. So there's that. And then, of course, the Clubhouse with Raquel and Mark, the aforementioned Blake 7 reviews and stuff like that. And then Daredevil, 7 p.m. Eastern on J-Man's channel. Frank Miller reviews on that with Sean and J-Man. And then we'll do the Wolverine miniseries on the 32 Flavors of Nick Lazarus Friday Night Comic Shop Talk Show. And then Saturday Night Star Trek. Same Trek time, same Clubby channel. 4 more episodes of Star Trek Voyager. So there we go. I want to thank, of course, the great Michael French for joining me tonight, my good friend. Dude, you're the best. Thank you. And I've really enjoyed it, buddy.
No, I appreciate you having me on as always. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all for being here with us tonight.
You got a super chat. Sorry, just
we did. Oh, Empress and M, thank you so much. A super sticker. That's very kind of you. I want to appreciate you so much. Hey, Wes Cagle, by the way, good to see you. I didn't get to shout you out. Everyone who was here with us tonight, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. And everyone who was out there lurking, thank you. You're appreciated. Anyone watching on the downloads or the rewatch, however you want to call it, thank you. And everyone have a wonderful remainder of your night. And I hope to see you all tomorrow on the streams. I'll also be at Midnight Edge at some point, probably too. I'll be all over the place. Good night, everybody. Clobberin.
Poker. Do you know the game?
Clobberonimo!
Superman.
I just love clobbering time.